it deep in our DNA. So when they start to play and you want to know and you can't find the call on the radio, go the White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. Just one click to hear it all. Boba, boba, bloody bow. The bane of every true blue fan is the bad ex-cricketer anchorman. It's the same old words in the same old voice. Long past time there was another choice, like the White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. From the box of dreams you're gonna hear the call. Boba, boba, bloody bow.
Yes, welcome to White Line Wireless for day 4 of this first Ashes Test, women's Ashes Test between Australia and England. You are listening to White Line Wireless with Gorilla Cricket. Ben Rennick with you. I got Russ and Messi with me. We're about less than 10 minutes away from the resumption of play, with the Australians at none for 82 after England were bowled out for 463 yesterday. An entertaining day of cricket yesterday, highlighted by a magnificent double century to Tammy Beaumont, and then a bit of a late collapse which gave Australia a 10-run lead, and then they've powered ahead to 82 with an overall lead of 92. And I guess the question is, can England take early wickets and bowl them out, or what will the Australians be thinking of in terms of a declaration total if they bat well?
It was fascinating so far, this test. I think it was basically like 8 sessions where the bat dominated, and then Australia finally got a run through the lower end of England's tail. Beaumont, obviously, fantastic knock last out. She's been on the field basically the entire game, except for about 2 overs because she needed a rest between batting and coming out the field. And but then Litchfield and Mooney just smashed them around. Pretty poor bowling by England, but Australia's actually in a really good position now, having probably a session before been like, oh, we might be facing a bit of a deficit.
Yeah, and there is a bit of weather around, I think, this afternoon. So whether, I guess, Alyssa Healy goes on the attack and tries to score quick runs, or whether it's just steady as she goes, and we'll see what happens and see how many we've got at the end of the day and try and take wickets tomorrow. But
well, they've got the players.
Yeah. Mm. Yeah, and in terms of the pitch, still obviously playing pretty well. England probably didn't bowl as well as they could, but Australians might be relying on maybe the ball to turn a bit more on day 5, because it certainly seems hard toil for the seamers out there.
You'd hope so. There was almost no marks on the pitch at all. And
it looks like
no
a T20 pitch.
Yeah, which sometimes that can happen because there's less pounding into the pitch with the women. They don't rough it up quite as much, but you'd really hope that something starts to happen to this pitch. Otherwise, we might end up dragging to a draw. Both sides, it's challenge with this format that there's a slight advantage to getting a draw because losing is much worse. So we may see those negative tactics that we've seen past in these sorts of series.
Although my hope is with Healy at least captaining Australia, maybe she'll want to make her mark and go for glory. I mean, if you're 4 points up, you can kind of almost, blow the whole one-day series or T20 series, and you're still very much in it. Whereas if you're 2-all, it's kind of square one. Every game's important. So there is that sort of carrot for the players, but obviously not as many tests played. So they don't want to lose one as much as they want to win one.
Is there an incentive? Sorry, go Messi.
Yeah. Yeah, so I guess the talk or the thinking was Alyssa Healy, yeah, is a bit more vibrant in the field, up and about. Maybe she'll take more risks, but yeah, she obviously doesn't have the experience of Meg Lanning, so they obviously would have had their plans and maybe a bit more reluctant to change them. But we'll see what happened. There was certainly no early declaration in the first innings. They kept batting and batting, so I think I think they'll just keep batting, see what the weather does, and maybe see where they sit at the end of the day.
Yeah, the risk for Healy was she just seemed to let the game drift for a bit, and I feel that Meg is maybe less likely to do that. Maybe Healy likes keeping so much. She's just like, this is great. This is my favourite thing
just
ever.
Chirping away and forgets that she's actually captaining.
I didn't get to bat, so I just want to keep all day. Megan's like, I'm sick of fielding. Yeah, it's also I always wonder with the women too, when they don't play many tests, that they get into that mindset of, well, the aim here is just to stop the runs, keep the runs down until, and forget that you can't do that in a test. You have to keep on the attack, take wickets.
Well, they haven't been keeping the runs down. The scoring rate's been consistently sort of around 4 runs and over, which is good. Which means that both sides have pushed towards 500, and we're still only now starting day 4, which. Maybe a few years ago we almost might have been at the end of day 4 with those 2 scores. So there's certainly the scoring rate has helped the chance of a result, as the players are just coming onto the field now. The sun's shining and everyone looks pretty up and about. So no sign of that weather so far. And yes, the Australians will be looking to push on. They've got through the new ball, and yeah, they did look very good yesterday and untroubled. And I guess can Litchfield on debut first of all get to her 50, and then there's probably as good a chance as any to push on past that as the 20-year-old debutant.
Yeah, nothing but clear skies at the moment. Look, so, but that might suit Australia if it starts to cloud over late in the day. There was a fair bit of swing. England couldn't take advantage of it because they couldn't find their line. But there actually, Taylor McGrath was when she took out the tail, and there was a bit going on for both Bell and Filer to the Australians. So. If it's flat in the morning and moves around the afternoon, that's almost perfect for Australia.
As we're just about to get underway, a little smattering of a crowd. Hopefully a few more come in. Yesterday it was obviously quite a lot of people in and cheering very loudly for the English batters. But let's hope today the crowd keeps coming in.
I think they said yesterday they got the same crowd in one day that they did in the entire test in Taunton 4 years ago. So on the up and up.
No, it's been, and I think from what we hear in terms of ticket sales for the one days and T20s, they're all going to be very well populated. Which I think is good, having both Ashes series on at the one time. Everyone's talking cricket. You can sort of play the men's tests and then have the women's ODIs and have this test obviously in a break. It's not a bad way to get people interested, I think. As first ball of the day just strays onto the pads, and they'll push that one out for a single.
And please say we have jingles today, so I don't know if we've got one for Kate Cross.
Sorry, I'm told that although you can hear me, nobody else can.
Oh.
No, I'll fix that.
Oh, it's done, is it? Thanks.
Yes, we've got Cross.
5, 6.
Yeah,
Yep.
still on pass through.
Very good.
Cross is coming in around the wicket. That first ball, there was a little bit of shape, but it was down the leg side as she comes in again around the wicket, and that one does come in a bit, and it's defended by Litchfield. Forward defence there, looking very solid, and there's no run.
Was off the field a bit yesterday, Cross. Injured a finger on a return catch that just clipped the end of her finger.
Yeah, 4 overs for 27, so they certainly got hold of her. Eccleston again doing her job with 4 overs for 3. They'd be they would have been lost without her this test match.
Interesting to see if they open up with her.
As Cross is in again, and a very similar delivery that's defended in a similar fashion again, and there's no run.
No signs of cracks or anything on the pitch either.
No sign of anything on the pitch. If you told me this was a
Yeah.
day one pitch, I'd be like, oh yeah.
I think if you spoke to Beth Mooney and Phoebe Litchfield and said, this is the pitch we're going to give you on day 4 for you to walk out, they would have been very happy indeed. I'm not sure the Australian bowlers would be too happy. They'd be hoping for it to scuff up a bit today, but we'll see what happens as Cross is in again around the wicket. That one is swinging in to Litchfield, but she defends on the front foot down and fielded off her own bowling. There's no run.
Very much a ring field, just the one slip in.
Yeah, it's that tactic. Do we save runs? Do we try and take wickets? Because I guess thinking positively when you're the bowling side in this situation, if you do get a few wickets and you can bowl the side out, you can almost control the game that way. But they're a long way from that, England, and it's another one that drifts onto the pads. And Litchfield's going to get a single here. She just turns that away, probably a thick inside edge behind square, and they amble through.
I mean, you think
Run
that
for 84.
has to be England's aim to bowl Australia out and then chase down the target, but they let the game slip so much last night that maybe they're worried that Australia's long lineup will just bat until they want to finish.
I don't think it matters how many wickets. The next batter will just come in, and unless there's something really dramatic that happens. But yeah, I think this young pace attack is a lot of work for them, as that's another straighter delivery and defended to short mid-wicket by Mooney, and that's the end of the first over. Just the 2 runs from it, 84 for none. Beth Mooney 34 and Litchfield 42.
Mog says, well, where are the kittens? I think we're getting viewership just for the kittens. And asked the question before play started, what are the talking points for today? And Mog just said cats, all cats. Leah says, morning all. I'll be... Bloody hell, sorry, I've got possums fighting in the roof. Morning all, I'll be with you for most of the first session today, then I'm off to a pride party. Fair enough. And then the other stuff is all about me being muted, outrageously censored out of Melbourne, but it's fixed now, I gather.
Look, if only we could censor West Australians generally. National discourse.
And it will be
Will be Eccleston?
it will be Eccleston to
We've got a jingle. Let's see if we
take
can
up the
jingle her
bowling.
up.
Yep.
We don't have Eccleston.
Is that Sophie Eccleston with the ball? Is Sophie Eccleston good? Is Sophie Eccleston a kicking us? We all know the answer to that.
And yes, for England's sake, they'll hope she can kick some ass, because the pace bowlers have not really troubled the batters so far. As it's Litchfield in and defending that one very, very well down on the offside. There's a slip in place, a silly point and a short leg. So certainly looking for wickets.
Yeah, Eccleston's managed, because she's so accurate, she can maintain that attack, and she did this basically for the entire first innings, 40-something overs.
And she tosses that one up, and Litchfield uses her feet but can't beat the short cover. There's no run. Yes, you can already see the intent from Litchfield, and I think Mooney probably only knows one way, so if there's a scoring opportunity or the ball's tossed up, they're going to try and get it away. And that one's a bit flatter outside the off stump and defended back to Eccleston. No run.
Litchfield's timing was so impressive last night. You know, Mooney looks like she's trying to score quickly. Litchfield's just like...
Yeah, it's very, very elegant.
that.
She's certainly a star of the future, if not already a star. She looks like she'll certainly be around for the next 15 years, making a lot of runs in all formats for Australia. And yeah, it's just 20 years old. It's amazing stuff. So Eccleston's in again, tossing that one up, and Litchfield can't beat that short cover, but certainly using her feet, looking to play her shots.
He's a frustrating bowler, Eccleston, isn't he? Did this. The field's kind of packed in, and you've got to really hit it well to get through it, but she's not giving you any pace to work with, so...
Getting through her overs quickly as she does, and tosses another one up, and Litchfield hits Was that a chance or was that a bump ball?
I think it was a bump ball,
Oh,
but I think it's hit
yeah.
Kate Cross on the finger again.
Hands on heads. I
Maybe
think
it
that all
was.
looked too easy. I think that was just hit straight up to the short cover. The English women can't believe it. Yeah, straight to Kate Cross, who looks
that
like
was-
she's injured. That was an absolute dolly if it wasn't a bump ball. And Cross,
was
looks-
travelling a bit.
It was travelling, but it was straight to her, Litchfield. Yep, straight
Oh,
up
it
in
was.
the air. Straight
And
to Cross. It was maybe that awkward height where her fingers, waist height,
Well-
were pointing down, but just hit
Ooh,
her.
it hit her on the tip of the thumb, I think.
Oh my God.
Yeah, well,
She broke her middle finger yesterday just about, and she's probably broken her thumb.
well, that's what England needed. They,
Oh,
I mean, almost a bit rough, I think, bowling the opening over and then being put in at short cover when you're in the game every ball. I'm not sure why she's not down at fine leg, but that's certainly a chance that England will rue. That really should have been taken. Certainly at test level, it was hit straight to her. It was hit firmly, but she did not have to move. Not walking in there at short cover. She's just stationary, waiting for that catch, and it's just hit the thumb or the top of the hand and ballooned straight out. So a life for Litchfield on 42. Australia 84 for none still.
Interesting how quickly she was frustrated by that fielder.
And that one turns in sharply, left alone by Litchfield. It's
Ooh.
almost taken the off stump. Eccleston,
Wow.
hands on head. There's a lot happening here. That's a maiden over. She's that's just the 3 runs off her 5, and it's 84 for none.
Gosh, you hate to leave the ball and get out twice, leave it in the same test, wouldn't you? Messi.
Mog says, jingles, sweet, sweet jingles, validate me.
I thought it was about the cats, Mark. I thought it was about
he
the
needs
cats.
constant reassurance, does Mog. He
I think
really
it was the jingle that created that chance. I think just pumped
dear.
her up a bit, and she. Well, they were definitely working to a plan there to sort of obviously the outside off stump line, but she did toss a couple up, and they've got the catches in there for exactly that reason. Litchfield just wasn't quite to the pitch of it, and spooned it up, and Cross getting a bit of work done on her thumb now. So
She looks like she's in a hell of a lot of pain as they tape that up.
She's
It's not
got-
her bowling hand, so
but she does have the right arm strapped as well, so she's in the wars.
she might be able to.
Brian in Brisbane, who is actually in Northampton, is with us. He says, my wife just came in sighing at me. My laptop was on this game. My phone is on the Northamptonshire versus Kent 4-day game, which has just started. And I'm trying to buy parts for my grandson's bike. That's excellent multi-skilling, Brian. Did somebody pick up the Dan Murphy's offering from Brian?
So Putin's on his way in. It's where he's not in the box straight up because he's on his way to Dan Murphy's. It's the priorities that we have in our box of dreams. Beer first, then the call.
That seems reasonable to me. And Rich Turner says, Brian, I'm popping over to the Hampshire match during the thunderstorm about 2 o'clock. Yeah, I can tell you the temperature at the ground is now 28 degrees already, and it's 48% humidity. So that's going to be setting up for a thunderstorm this afternoon without any doubt.
Well, let's
'cause
hope
that is quite humid.
So note, Brian needs 2 more screens so he can pick up the associate qualifiers as well.
Will be Cross continuing. There's no stopping her, and that one's hit down the ground by Mooney, but she can't beat mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah, Cross all bandaged up on the right arm and the left hand, but she continues to bowl as... Just having a look at that catch. Potentially her hands were just too hard. Maybe didn't have the give in there to take the ball.
Flown a little more than she was expecting. Like she's caught it on the thumb. It's just hands too low.
Certainly hit it well, Litchfield, and she's been a bit lucky there. And Cross again, getting that ball to move in from around the wicket, and Mooney's defending. England do just look like they've got a bit of a spring in the step here. They're a bit up and about. They're moving around in the field. They've created the early chance. There's only been the 2 runs for the day. Perhaps they sense they can just get a couple of wickets and put a bit of pressure on the Aussies. Cross will be definitely looking to make up for that drop catch here.
By the way, speaking of associates cricket, I can tell you that Ireland are in some strife against Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka are already on... Oh, bugger, they've just taken the score off the screen.
Cross bowls another dot
256
ball there.
Sorry, 256 for 4 after 41 overs.
Sri Lanka have been very strong in these qualifiers. They look like they're a certainty to go through, which will be interesting because that leaves only one spot for anyone else.
We also had Oman and Scotland, was it, playing at the moment? So it's
Yes.
plenty of cricket going on. As Cross is in again and throws that one out a bit wider, and Mooney's equal to it. She beats the gap at almost a cover point, and that one's racing away into the rope. The first boundary of the day. She goes to 38, and it's 88 for none.
Yes, I can tell you, Scotland did 272 for 6 against Oman after 45 overs.
Yeah, Barrington was scoring heavily when I switched that off earlier.
Yeah, well, they lost wicket
And
first ball, didn't they? And came back quite well.
Cross charging in again, and that one's defended by Mooney. She looks very solid. Messi was predicting big things for Beth Mooney today, and she's certainly looking that way.
My curse is quite strong, though.
Which means she'll go out this ball, so stay tuned. One ball to come in the over.
England have had a plan for Mooney to suck her into trying to hit one through gully, where they've had 2 gullies fairly consistently. It's how she got out in the first innings, and she was dropped earlier in this innings as well. So we'll see whether they try it again.
And they have tried it again, and Mooney's again beating point. That was the bit of the sucker ball to get her playing, and that one's racing away. This outfield almost getting quicker as it got towards the rope. It was almost like it went on one of those airport escalators, those flat ones, and picked up speed. And that is the end of the over. 92 for none. Mooney moves into the 40s.
Angelic Scooters is with us from Canberra. He says, evening, during the weekly ironing, so you're avoiding me risking me burning things with your excellent stuff. Yeah, Ireland are absolutely done in that tournament. And how about Zimbabwe last night? They actually killed the West Indies, didn't they? That was really impressive. Zimbabwe are the team to beat this tournament.
Yeah, it helps to be at home, but is it Rakanda who's just been absolutely on fire with ball and bat? Same as the last tournament, in fact.
So it's going to be an interesting tussle between Sri Lanka, West Indies and Zimbabwe, it seems to me.
And it'll be Eccleston to continue, and she bowls that tight line again, and that one's defended away by Litchfield. And with that Mooney boundary, the lead is now over 100, 102. The lead to Australia.
I think basically there's a big concern the West Indies, because they've lost against the 2 qualifiers coming up, they'll really struggle.
Yeah.
Eccleston's just dropping that one a bit shorter, and that one's defended off the back foot. Might have just kept a little bit low. It's just tying Litchfield down today. Just the 1 run for her. She'll be looking to move things along here. So Eccleston's tossing that one up, and Litchfield's hitting it over mid-off. Will it have enough on it to get to the boundary? She didn't quite get it, but it will just dribble into the rope. Well, she's certainly tempting her outside the off stump, and Litchfield, not deterred by that drop catch, has really gone for it again. Didn't get all of it, but it's 4 runs.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Eccleston, she's frustrating Litchfield already, and we saw that with the uppish drive, and we've seen that with a much more uppish drive. It's interesting to test the patience of the young player.
As she's just dropping that short and turned around the leg side, but can't beat square leg. The short leg there had a big lunge to her left. You might see a replay. I'm not sure whether that was a chance or catchable height, but I think it was Tammy Beaumont in there. And that was just past the left hand. It was hit firmly, so it would have been an unbelievable catch. But, well, there's certainly something happening every ball with Sophie Eccleston on, and she drops that one only a bit shorter, and that keeps low and hits the under edge of Litchfield's bat as she goes for the cut shot.
That's the one thing we've seen in this pitch, that the ball has consistently stayed low on occasion. If that continues, it'll make it more interesting for the batters.
Let's see what happens here. She's in again, tossing that one up, and that's defended almost off the splice of the bat. But it went straight to ground. That's the end of another over. It's 96 for none.
Mog says I'm going to get on the Zimbabwean bandwagon as the other qualifier. I noticed Litchfield using her feet to Eccleston a little bit there, although she still didn't go full whack with her feet. I think the Australians have been very reluctant to use their feet to her at all in either innings, which is one of the reasons she's been in so much control. It's as if they're very nervous to actually get out of their crease and use their feet at all.
Yeah, so I don't mind this by Litchfield too. She's faced the 71 balls now. I'm not sure how much really long form cricket she's played as a 20-year-old. She obviously hasn't played any test matches, so may not... not saying she doesn't have the concentration, but she certainly is looking to attack and score runs most deliveries. As Cross is in again, and Mooney's just steering that one behind point. And she'll get one. Will they come back for two? Yes, they will. There's been a misfield out there, and they get back for 2 runs. Mooney moves to 44. It's 98 for none.
Yeah, Danny White down there. She's got the hard spot in this test because deep point has probably fielded at least 1 or 2 balls and over for the entire test match, covering huge amounts of ground.
It's a small ground too, so you don't have to hit it too wide of that point to reach the boundary, so very important position, but I think that is the only sweeper. The field's still definitely up. Just crosses in, and that one's down the leg side, and Mooney's going to get more runs here as she just turns that behind square, and the square leg comes across and keeps it to 1. 45 she moves to, 99 for none.
And we've spoken about this, I think, during Australia's first innings, that they don't have another player who can keep the runs down England, another spinner. So it's a bit of Eccleston at one end, block it, and then the other end do what you like.
Well, do they? Yeah, they just need 2 Ecclestons. Can they clone her? Are they still cloning things over in the UK?
Well, it's suggested she'd be a better bet than Moeen Ali for the test team.
Yeah, she needs to give him a few tips on how to not get blisters as Cross just shapes that one into the pads, and it's steered out to cover by Litchfield, and there's no run. Still continuing with this round the wicket line. She's got a slip in and then pretty much a ring field.
It's interesting. They got Cross out over the wicket, I think, in the first. Not Cross. Litchfield out over the wicket in the first innings, but they've gone with the round the wicket lines predominantly in this second.
Maybe they think they can tempt her into a big drive and sneak one through LBW. As that one's clean bowled her. She's left it alone outside the off stump. Cross has dropped that one in a bit shorter. It's moved in off the pitch, kept a bit low, and it's taken the off stump. Litchfield out clean bowled for 46. England do get the breakthrough. Cross redeems herself. She gets the wicket after putting Litchfield down off Eccleston. And it's 99 for 1. The debutante Australian does not get to her maiden 50. And that was a beauty of a delivery. It just tailed in, and then it kept going. Clipped the top of off. The perfect right arm round the wicket to a left-hander's delivery. And they'll be happy about that, the English.
What you didn't mention is she wasn't playing a shot.
Yeah, just shouldered arms.
Second time of the test, she's out shouldering arms. So
Yes.
she might need to have a chat to Stephen Smith, perhaps, about how to let a ball go.
Please no, please.
Well, I think you predicted it pretty well there, Russ, or just, I guess, talking about that outside the off stump. I mean, that round the wicket line, that's obviously what they were going for, whether they thought she was prone to leaving run. I thought they might be just hoping, and that little bit of in-swing might bring her undone, and she's just left one alone. I'm not sure if that kept a bit low. It'd be interesting to sort of...
Well, it swung a long way and late.
Yeah, it's...
And I wonder if the real aim was actually to get her to try and drive and go through the gate, but in the end she's...
It's a great delivery.
Great delivery. You couldn't have bowled a more perfect delivery, but I guess a right arm round the wicket to a left-hander, you don't want to be leaving too many balls. So I think Litchfield will be just having a think about where she, maybe her stance or where her off stump is after that one, but she's gone, and Elise Perry comes into the crease, so no changes to the batting line, just the meek average of 77.
She bats and she bowls it and does it with might. The greatest of all time, don't try to deny. Alice Perry, oh hail Alice Perry.
Excellent.
Excellent jingle as Cross is into Perry, and she's defending on the offside. There's no run.
Perry somehow managed to increase her average, which was already 74 when she came to the crease in the first innings play, getting that 99.
I should probably get a not out in this innings as we're just looking at the replay. It's
It
almost
touched
clipped
pad.
the,
I
clipped
think
the
it actually.
front pad.
I think it did clip the front pad. It was probably actually.
So it would have been plumb LBW, obviously probably hit just outside the line, but not playing a shot. It would have been a DRS review if it didn't go on to hit the stumps anyway. But yeah, it has just hit the knee roll. As Perry's playing a booming drive there for second delivery. Can't beat short cover and there's no run.
It implies a higher level of misjudgment than we were giving it credit for, though, because just clipping the outside stump with the one that tails in is, it's sometimes understandable. When it's hit your pad and probably was actually going to hit middle and leg, it's, Litchfield, is it a nervous thing perhaps that she's deciding, I should leave this because it's a test match?
That was the end of the over, 99 for 1. Yeah, it almost looked like she was shaping to play a shot and then just decided against it. Perhaps,
yeah. But I mean, it swung in more than any ball she'd bowled today, and it cut off the wicket as well. So it was perfect ball. I see. Added says still baffled why England didn't pick Charlie Dean, wicket-taking off-spinner who can bat. She would have been very handy in this match. Yeah, I agree entirely. Added, they're just really short in that regard. Pokey Bumfinger says, I've got to do some work now. It's not that hot. My chainsaw is running now. I'll dip in a night today. And Brown in Brisbane says, Northamptonshire has just lost an early wicket. Vasconcelos gone. It's hard work watching several matches at once, isn't it, Brown? I'm watching the Ireland game, and Sri Lanka are still going crazy.
And it'll be Eccleston to continue, and she tosses that one up outside the off stump, and Mooney can't beat point with a square drive, and there's no run.
So, for listeners too, keep an eye on the Whiteland Wireless Twitter feed later today, because we have 54 suggestions for cat related names that we're going to put into polls over the course of the day. So
that's going to be a big elimination competition, isn't it?
Eccleston tosses that one up, and Mooney's playing uppishly through mid-wicket. It goes past a short leg, but it's avoided all the fielders, and they've gone through for a single. That's the 100 up for Australia, 100 for 1. But again, Eccleston making things happen. Certainly was uppish. A little short mid-wicket might have snaffled that, but no harm done.
So Russ, if you've got 54 names, you've really got room for 10 more, because 64 is the perfect number for an eliminator, isn't it?
It is. Well, we're going to do 18 rounds of 3 and then wind it down that way. So winner going through.
Oh, that's exciting.
There were a couple of very good ones in there, and I might use them regardless of the results of the poll for future cats.
Eccleston's now around the wicket to Perry, and that one's just being squeezed out. The ball angled in towards leg stump, and there's no run. Perry still looked like she's batting with the first ever helmet she was given. It's a very faded green, her version of the Steve Waugh or Steve Smith sort of faded baggy green.
Yeah, we noted that earlier, that double 100 faded.
Yeah, she tries to play an attacking shot, and Eccleston fields off her own bowling. Is that a bit more of a thing, just walk into the change rooms and just to show everyone else that you've been around for a while, that you've been batting in your helmet in so much sunlight that it's now so faded?
Well,
just a bit of a one-up.
They only get to use them in tests, right?
Yeah. So it's hard to get a faded test helmet.
Yeah.
So at least just showing everyone that she's been out there longer with the bat than anyone else, as she aims a big drive but can't beat mid-off. Eccleston really giving the ball a lot of flight here. She's inviting the attacking shots, and as yet the Australians just can't pierce the field. She's just conceded the 8 runs from 6.5 overs, so doing an amazing job for her captain here. She comes in to finish this over, and again Perry can't beat mid-off. She's looking to score but just can't. That's another fantastic over. That's 100 for 1.
Mog reckons the kitten naming competition is a late arm as there. He says surely scratching Tendulkar has to win.
Well, we need 3 names, so it'll be best of 6 at the back end of the competition.
So just a sort of advertisement for what you do. You obviously rescue cats. Are you looking for homes for cats in Melbourne?
Yes. So, well, we take them off the streets, or we get people. Someone, in this case, a pound said, "We've got 3 neonatal kittens, and can you take them and bottle feed them for the next 10 weeks because they don't have a mother? And then once they're old enough,
Yep.
we'll de-sex them, vaccinate them, and find them new homes. Hopefully, forever homes, as we like to call them."
Yeah, forever homes. Yeah.
But sometimes we take ferals off the street as well, who are a little. You need to kind of try and socialise them to humans, which
I imagine.
has its challenges.
And it's Cross continuing from that around the wicket line, and that's another very good delivery that's defended by Mooney. Well, Mooney will be thinking twice now about playing her shots after that Litchfield dismissal. Just thinking about that Litchfield wicket a bit more. It came in so much, it sort of swung in and then moved off the seam. I think if Litchfield had played a forward defence, it might have beaten the inside edge anyway and taken the pad that it did move that much. So
Yeah.
I mean, you never know, but
And it hit her
she
in
didn't
front.
play a shot, but but I guess if she was playing a shot, it might have just been hitting her outside the line. It might have saved her, but we'll never know as Cross is bowling another delivery that's defended on the offside and there's no run.
That one's shaped in a fair bit to Mooney as well, so she's continuing to get that movement.
I wonder if she can get one to go the other way in her repertoire, because that would be really handy at this stage if you bring it in and then look for that edge, as you were saying, maybe that catch at gully or behind the wicket. As she is charging in now with a head of steam, and that one's bouncing a little bit, and Mooney ends up playing it well from the crease, just running it down to that short gully.
Well, even the straight one, because they're playing for so much movement, is probably going to catch the edge or go past the edge. But interestingly, there's no slip in right now, so and the keeper's up. So it's a ball that maybe Kate Cross would like to bowl, but it's the most likely result is 4 runs.
It's 4 runs. As we're just seeing a replay of the movement of what the ball did, it was certainly a huge swing. She's in and bowling another straighter one. It's turned into the onside and there's no run. Well, this is good tight stuff from England. Just the 18 runs this morning in almost half an hour. So the Australians certainly not declaration batting yet. It's building the foundations on day 4.
No, and the way Eccleston's bowling, it's going to be a really hard slog to get up a competitive total that they can declare on. So
the run rate now down to 3.9. It was 4.24 overnight. So England done a very good job at keeping it tight, and that is a similar delivery that was swinging in, but this time Mooney's equal to it, and she's played that through the offside. But that sweeper, that's White out there from point, will come around to cover, and they'll go back for 2. Mooney on to 48, 102 for 1. Perry still on naught.
yeah, good shot by Mooney, hitting it on the up though, but so not without some risk. But got her through the field. She's looking quite hot out there too.
Yeah.
Must be quite warm. I'm not sure what the temperature is today.
So you're saying Messi 28 degrees? Did you say it?
It is currently 28.4.
And probably rising, I would imagine. So yeah,
Yep.
Mooney really looks like she's feeling it out there, and that one's defended to finish off the over. No run. Australia 102 for 1.
Brian has a name for you. He says the cat name for batting collapses is catastrophe. I'm not sure. It'd be quite fair to the cat. Mog's hopeful. He says, do you accept currently Haas cats that are being little shits by any chance?
Yeah, personality driven.
We
They're
have,
trying to
but
tell you something, Mog.
we have in the past done that, but we would prefer that the owners love and keep them. But if anyone listening does want to be a foster in Melbourne, do get in touch. We'd love to have people, even if you don't want a permanent cat, it's always good to have people willing to spend some time with the cats and get them ready for adoption.
Adit is displaying the power of the editor. He says, I may have upgraded one of the suggestions on the document. Someone suggested Mancat, which I changed to Vinu Manx Cat.
as Eccleston's starting another over, and that one's defended just back down the pitch by Perry. She's now got a short mid-off, almost standing on the pitch, about 3 parts the way down to the bowler. So a slip, a silly point, a short leg, and a short mid-off. Really crowding Perry. She's using her feet there and just defending to that silly point. So England can sense some wickets here.
They had this fielding position in the first innings, and they're so close to Eccleston. She finishes her run up, but she's basically holding her hand.
There's almost 5 catching fielders if you count the bowler around the bat, as Perry's defending that one out to point, and there's no run. It's good stuff. I like this from England. They could have easily come out and put sweepers on the boundary and tried to keep the runs down, but they've obviously thought about their plans. They've got the early wicket and they're pushing for more.
And Australia's not able to push them out at all so far.
No, as Perry's just working that one down to mid-on, but again, can't beat the field, so Eccleston just strapping herself in here for a big day into her 8th over. Just the 8 runs conceded, and, well, where are these runs coming from? It's hard to see at the moment. Eccleston's in again. That's a flatter delivery that keeps a bit low and defended by Perry out to point. She's exposed a couple of stumps there.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see whether Mooney tries to attack Eccleston, because she'll be the play you'd think won't want to be tied down.
You feel like if they're going to make enough runs to have a chance at winning, they're going to have to attack Eccleston at some stage. You can't make no runs from one end to win the test match. So that one's straight down the leg side, and Perry will get off the mark here. She's turned that one away. The England fielders give chase. Will it go to the boundary? It will just be saved on the dive.
Well,
and it looks like they've done well down there, and they'll come back for 3. The third umpire might just check that to make sure it's Beaumont from short leg who's run all the way down to fine leg. There's all these fielders around the bat. There was no protection, and that's the end of the over. It's 105 for 1, and we'll have a commentary change.
I'll catch you after lunch. Leah is the next treat
Alternative cricket
for
commentary
Ant.
by people who love and respect the glorious game of cricket. And like a laugh or two. Or 222, but definitely not 87.
Thank you, gents, for that first session. My name's Al Hutch. I'll be taking you through the next half an hour or so. Australia are 105 for 1, leading by 115. Let's see who's joining me. Will. Oh, I think you're still on mute there, I think. Happens to everybody, as that is defended into the covers by Perry. No run off that first delivery. Hi, Will.
It's Danae here.
Danae. Sorry,
That's all right.
I was simply going off names on the off people's Zoom's chat here, as I am not to be confused by a replay. So Cross is in, and that is a defensive check drive by Perry. She's on 3. Let's see who else is with me there in the studio.
Yes,
Ant, is that you?
Yes, Ant on the socials, so I'll chime in a little bit when we get a lull in the play.
So what do we think of the morning so far?
Juicy. I've enjoyed it.
It's been cut and thrust. As this is just outside the off stump, and that will get through, well, partially get through the cover fielders. There'll be a single taken, and that will bring Mooney onto strike. Mooney's on 48.
To let you know,
Wow.
Al, I'm a good couple of deliveries behind due to technology. And
Me too.
yeah, good. All right, then we're all on the same page, as it were.
That is not a problem. That is not a problem at all. Try and keep things relatively simple and straightforward. For a Sunday, anyway. Cross is going to come in around the wicket for this next delivery. And that is down the leg side. Well taken behind the stumps. Sharp work there.
The only good thing about Litchfield getting out early was how much it seemed to move off the wicket. And the more action there is, the more Australia will be excited about bowling last, I think.
Yeah, it's. I'm always interested with dismissals about the idea about who might be excited. That's batsmen terrified, bowlers looking at it and going, "Well, that's not too bad. We'll take that if it carries on." Cross in fifth ball of this over, and that one is again moving off the pitch and defended to mid wicket by Mooney.
It's a fair debut from Litchfield, though. I think she'd be pretty pleased and hoping that she doesn't have to wait as long as Danny Wyatt has for another test.
Well, there are a multitude of reasons, none of them good, about why that is the case. But no, it's a very solid start, very solid. I always feel that the pressure is slightly more amplified in the women's games. That is again defended to mid wicket, but with the space between tests and 5-day tests, there a sense of needing to be good right from the gate. It will always be there. But that's the end of the over. Australia are 106 for 1, leading by 116. And who's with us?
Yes, we've got Leo the Lavender Gorilla, who's asking Russ, I believe, don't you think taking inspiration for your name for cat adoption from Joe Haldeman's The Forever War is a bit dark? I don't understand that reference. I'm not the most literary of fellas. And we've got Muttley von Erich. Woof, sorry I'm late, primates. I was busy putting this bookcase together while listening to this amazing concept album by Uli John Roth. If Supun likes a good concept album, he should check it out.
Love and sausages to Muttley. As Eccleston is in, that is down the leg side. I get half stopped by the keeper, but Perry unable to get bat and ball that time. With all these close fielders in, there are lots of 2s and 3s that seem to be available if they can only pierce the field. That is a mistimed drive. I think it was an attempt at an on drive. It ended up being an off drive, and it's just bounced in front of the really short mid off. Little bit of turn there for Eccleston. Beat Perry there in the flight as Perry attempts to drive again. Beats the short mid-off, but doesn't beat the regular mid-off. And there, the slow strangulation of runs, it continues with Eccleston, as this has got plenty of loop. Perry half a step down the track, and that is a beautifully timed drive through the covers, and the only thing that will stop that is boundary sponge, and that is a beautiful ball by Perry.
There was discussion before about
2, 3, 4.
Beth Mooney looking flushed. She doesn't like the heat terribly much, but she's super fit, and these two will pick off as many as quickly as they can.
Yeah, it's going to be. I think that's what's been so remarkable about the 2 big centuries in the test is it's been really muggy in my part of the world here in the UK, as that is far too much down the leg side. Perry can't beat short square leg, and there'll be no run. So to have that level of concentration over that period of time in those conditions is quite the feat for any cricketer. Last ball of this over, Eccleston in, and that is soundly defended by Perry. She's on 8, Moody 48, and Australia are 110 for 1. And
yes, Mog just letting us know he understands the Forever War reference, and from what I can quickly glean from Wikipedia, it's a Hugo Award-winning sci-fi novel from the 70s that some say is a response to Starship Troopers. And not a lot going on over on the YouTubes yet, so that's all we've got. Oh no, hang on, we've just had our first kitten naming competition poll put out. If you look at White Line Wireless, we've got Ermintrude, Pearl Williams, and Mathali Rajdol. So you can
3
vote
strong
for that
choices.
on the
It's difficult
tweets.
to know where to go from there.
Yeah, Mithali
difficult to know where
Rajdal's
to
pretty
go.
good, I think. It's, I think I'm going to put my vote in for that one.
Yeah, use the. If while the three of us together, I think if we just use your vote as one, I think that'll be the wise words. As that is just outside the off stump by Cross. Doesn't beat backward point by the shot by Mooney. She shakes her head. I think she'll probably feel a little bit more comfortable once she's got to a half century.
It's a good spell from Cross this morning.
Yeah, just if the ball does move, that's a bonus. But if not, there's really not been too much room outside the off stump, as that is again defended right off the top of off stump by Mooney. Because I think what can happen. Oh, sorry.
No, you go.
I was going to say what can happen sometimes is you can end up trying to take a wicket-taking ball, every ball, if it is that you know that the pitch is doing a bit. But it seems like Cross is resisting that temptation. Cross in. This one a little bit more pitched up, tempting Mooney to drive. She drives down the track, but it only finds mid-off and there's no run.
I've been thinking over the first 3 days that the longer the test goes, perhaps fitness will become a major part, and I imagine that the Australian squad is fitter, but based on long-term injuries and recovery of some of the England players, and the fitness matters because of the concentration, so the bowlers have to concentrate like some of the bats have.
This is just turned towards square leg. Good sharp single taken by the Australians. The throw comes in, but it wouldn't have beat Perry going down to the danger end. And we're on Nelson for one. How do we feel about superstition?
Leg in the air, but I don't. I gave superstition up about 15 years ago, and watching and enjoying sport has risen exponentially.
Ant, how are you? Are you?
Well, the Nelson's an English superstition, so it doesn't apply in this circumstance. The 87 was the one that the Australians had to have to worry about.
Check drive defensive shot by Perry straight back to the bowl, and there's no run, just one ball left of this over.
I like to buy raffle tickets that are numbered 87, just to poke my nose.
Absorb some of the bad luck.
No, I'm very tinny. You want me on your quiz night team and buying the raffle tickets while I'm at the bar. I am very tinny.
Attempted drive through cover, doesn't beat the fielder. That's the end of the over. If you have got your leg in the air, put it down between the overs. It's 111 for one. Ant?
Just messages, just noting that 17 hours to vote for on the cap polls is a long time. So there's going to be about 18 polls today, and we'll leave them open for 20 hours, and then we'll run the finals tomorrow. And he's also suggested that we should have hashtag #catvote so that we can find them easier later. So yes, that's a good idea. And we've got poll number 5. We're already up to number 5. I've only seen one, but poll number 5: Morgoth, Zafpur Gohar, and Cat Cummins.
Oh, Cat Cummins?
That's a group of death.
Yeah, isn't it?
That's a group of death. But a Cat Cummins, that's got to be the favourite.
I'm leaning that way, but Morgoth is just a particularly metal name, I think.
Yeah, not Lescott. Morgoth.
Box vote going in for Cat Cummins.
Get involved. Hashtag #catvote on our Twitter feed. Eccleston is going to come over the wicket this time. Flighted delivery. Tempts Mooney to drive. She drives, beats the bowler's attempt to field the ball, but there is a mid-on and mid-off who sup up the rest of the fielding duties. No run there off the first ball. Eccleston again pushed down the leg side. Mooney sweeps beautifully The field is up. There's plenty of room given all the close fielders, and Mooney has swept for 4 and swept to her third 50 in 5 tests.
I love watching Beth Mooney bat.
.53 off 86 deliveries, 8 fours. You'd take that in a heartbeat.
I urge her to fill her boots.
Well, she has the time, and she certainly has the talent. Eccleston in, this one turning in and bouncing, and Mooney did very well to ride that bounce and not give a chance to short square leg. Seemed that bounce kind of surprised her, didn't they? As you can see, it just
Caught off by the spin.
Ooh, it kind of came twice off the bat and then jagged. It spun sharply off the ground with the first bounce. No chance at all for the short fielder as Mooney defends quite a little.
In between cricket.
Uglily. No run off that 4th delivery of Eccleston's over. She's been particularly frugal. 19 runs conceded off 9 overs and 4 balls. Mooney's on 53 and she just lets that ball come to her and just blocks the ball in front of her eye line. And there'll be 1 ball left of this over. 115 for 1 Australia. Adding the 10 runs gives us a lead of 125. But England are probing, looking for wickets. They're not trying to encourage the Australians to bat their way to what they think might be an ungettable total, as that one keeps a little low outside the off stump. Swing and a miss from Beth Mooney. Got no edge, no chance. And that's the end of the over. Ant, what have we got any?
Yeah, we've got lots of
Got any
polls.
dissenting voices to Cat Cummings, or?
Oh, we've got. I'll just announce some of the other polls. So number 2. So they're all happening in the one thread. So if you find one of them, you'll be able to find them all. So number 2, we've got Irsa Haddon, Kat Simcox, and Oranga Utang Klaus. There, and number 3, we've got Jezebel Simon Manx and Cat Litter and Das. Poll number 4, Dougal, Hissy Wong, and Silly Mid-Off. And I think that gets us up to date with the polls that are available there. I'm going to go through and add a few votes in.
If we have time before the next over starts.
We do. We can make that time.
All this talk of cats has set my allergies off. And sorry, I had to step out to have an allergy attack. So not an allergy attack.
Ball played down the ground off the first ball of crosses over. A lovely attempted drive by Beth Mooney. Half stopped and a single taken. So it's going to be Perry on strike. Or no, sorry. It's going to be, but the shot was by Perry. I do apologise. It's Mooney on strike now, as that is just outside the off stump and defended by Mooney. Cross runs round enthusiastically in this sort of conditions to do the fielding.
And so I hope it's about cat allergies and not having stayed up really late and been out in the rain in sunny Perth this weekend.
Well, probably a bit of column A, a bit of column B.
Yeah.
Cross in again. Just trying to find the spot that's going to allow a bit of deviation off the pitch. This one doesn't, and defended. Just a point in the game where England are testing Australia's patience. There must be a spot of a desire to try and move the score onward, even though Australia are very much in the box seat. So just trying to keep things tight as this one is pushed through the cover ring fielders by Mooney, but there is a deep cover point out there to limit things to just a single. Mooney now on 54.
Just 17 runs this partnership and 47 balls.
Yeah.
That's as tight as I think Australia's been kept for a while. England will be happy with that, but that can change the right-hand, left-hand combination. Good runners, good stroke makers. It'll be very interesting next 20 minutes.
Absolutely. This one into Perry. Down the leg side, Perry in the end opts to play the ball straight back to the bowler. You could see that in her mind she kind of rehearsed the idea of like, well, maybe it was just enough down the leg side to maybe flip through that sort of square leg mid-wicket area, but every cricketer is always better after the shot's been played or after the ball's been bowled. Perry's 9 off 25 deliveries as a cross comes in. This is again just outside the off stump. Good tight line, good sound defensive batting by Perry, and that's the end of the over.
Just
and
the final.
Have we got? Is it all still? Is it cap?
We've got
cap
one
things,
more.
Or have we...
One more poll. This is the final one for the session, and the 3 in this bracket is Molly Hyde, Tabby Beaumont, and Third Man. And
Tabby
we have
Beaumont's got to be your winner.
I think so. And we've got messages just asking an analogy attack, so like being overcome by a collection of cliches.
Yes, indeed.
Or a mass of metaphors.
Nice.
Or a storm of synodokes.
And with such alliteration as well, it's fabulous stuff by now. Barely a cloud in the sky as Eccleston is going to prepare to bowl her 11th over. 117 for 1.
What would
England.
you call Tammy Beaumont the cat if Tammy Beaumont the cat was being naughty? You know how you get a full name, like if you're being chided by a parent, and you get the middle name as well? What happens when Tammy does something indiscreet behind the curtain?
What's Tabby Beaumont's middle name? Is that what you're asking?
I think Tammy is a nickname because her name is not Tammy.
Ah.
This first ball pushed into the covers, no run.
What is her government name then?
Oh, this one just squirting past short square leg, but there is a regular square leg to keep the activity down to a single. Some good turn and bounce, maybe half a chance there for the aforementioned Beaumont to maybe get their hands on the ball, but it all goes through for a single in the end, bringing Perry on to strike.
So it's Tams and Tilly Beaumont. So I guess Tabby Kitty Beaumont.
Perry pushes this ball to the covers and there's no run. Tamsin Tabby Beaumont. Yeah, there's no wrong choices, I think.
Tammy Beaumont when you love her, and Tamsin perhaps when she's being indiscreet.
This one bounces off a length and means that Perry all she can do is just drop the hands, almost comes off the handle of the bat, and it dribbles slowly for no run. Beaumont in again, just outside the off stump. A good push, well timed between two fielders by Perry, and that is fabulous running between Mooney and Perry. There looks to be one, but they've turned that one into two with relative ease. Danae, as you were talking about, these two high-class operators there, just making that look really easy, turning that one into a two.
Experienced, super fit, know each other's game really well.
This one almost an identical delivery. This time a slightly more defensive shot by Perry, and that will bring us to the end of this 33rd over, and Australia are 120 for 1. Ant.
Yes, Mog letting us know a handy 321 made by Scotland, or 320 it is. So Oman chasing 320 in the associate. And yes, we've got, I'm going to say Poofany over on YouTube. Got a bladder stone removed from their neck. Anyway, just asking, is women's cricket any good? I think it is. I think it's a little bit different than watching men's cricket. There's a little bit more, I think, sort of stroke play to it, and slightly different tactics. And the skill set's coming along as we have more professionalism in the game. So, yeah, I think it is worth watching.
I think it's Perry good.
I think so long as you've got two well-matched teams.
Yeah, this has been a great match.
And this is exactly what we've got. It's going to be Nat Skipper-Brunt who's going to replace Cross. 5 overs for 26.
Stands up in the face of tyrants. Nat Skipper-Brunt. She has powers you can only dream of.
And that is a drop.
Nat Skipper-Brunt.
Oh, a stone cold drop off the first delivery. Pitched up outside the off stump, mistimed drive by Mooney, and it has gone straight in and out of the hands of Skipper-Brunt. She looks skyward and then downward as if she wants the entire earth to swallow her, but she's run her hands across that, and you won't get an easier chance than that.
Well, they're so hard to create, and you absolutely have to take your chances today. Run outs, catches. Oof.
This one, though, turned to deep cover for a single. But what a lifeline. And, well, you don't want to give lifelines to Beth Mooney. She will make you pay.
Yep. Let's write that down just in case.
It's going to be Perry to take strike. She will face the next delivery, as that one is just shaping away from Perry's off stump, and she lets that go through to the keeper.
Yes, dropped at 55. Oof. She'll reset. She's very good at that.
I'm always interested about, like you said, the idea of resetting. It's like, well, there's got to be it's good to be forgetful.
Yes.
In situations like that, as that is turned through mid-wicket by Perry, and that will be a single. And Perry will move to 12.
I think it's harder when you're younger and less experienced, and the more you see the good and bad of decisions, of freak catches, of being unlucky or getting your bat stuck in the ground as you go to cross the popping crease, those sorts of things. And you switch off, switch back on again, especially as an opener.
Playing well and getting out, or playing terribly, or bowling terribly and getting wickets. It's why we love the game so much.
It's all part of the glorious game, isn't it?
But that one has gone past the outside edge, and we're going upstairs, I think, for a stumping. The bails have been whipped off in double quick time. Are you watching Johnny Bairstow? Are you watching Johnny Bairstow? It was a blink and you'll miss it. The bails whipped off in absolutely no time at all. And we're going to go upstairs as we watch the ball in slow motion.
I think she might be okay here.
I
think the foot was down, but it was up for a minute. Clearly no bat, no sound on the ultra edge.
Yeah, she's a million miles away on the ultra edge.
Back foot looks out at this point as it's been collected by the keeper's hands. Got the side on view now, giving us much better. So she's out. Foot is down, stumps her off. close, but safe.
Well kept.
Yeah. Good cricket
Standing
all
up
round.
to the seamers is not easy.
But again, something to all part of the cut and thrust of the day's play so far. Something very much to make Mooney think, as that one lifts and beats the edge and also beats the gloves and the shoulder of the wicketkeeper as well. That one has leapt a mile from absolutely nowhere. And at the end of that, well, what an interesting first over by Nat Skipper Brunt as we take our break for drinks. That one has, just as we think it's all benign, the pitch shows demons.
We're going to have a full change in the commentary box. So thanks, Danae. Thanks, Al. I've been Ant Condon. We've got Sapun, Ben, and Russ all in the box of dreams about to come.
All right. See you later.
Yes, and welcome back to White Line Wireless. We're bringing you coverage of day 4 now, session 1 of the Women's Ashes, Australia v England, and Australia still well on top despite the loss of Phoebe Litchfield for 46 to where was that? That was
it was Kate Cross.
It was Kate Cross again. So
with that huge in-swinger, just Phoebe Litchfield not playing a shot and getting her stumps cleaned up. So,
well, 46 off 73. That's a good knock. She'd be disappointed not to have gotten a 50. She'll probably won't have another chance till next year to get an international Test 50. Unfortunately, there isn't as much Test cricket played in the women's game, and there's probably not enough Test cricket played globally. So there should be a game of Test cricket on every single week. ICC, if you're listening, that's what we want.
Every single day, multiple games, like there is now with all the associate cricket going on. But I did like that last over from Nat Skipper Brunt. Plenty happening. Drop catch, thumping chance, the last ball that just popped up behind the keeper. There's a bit going on, and they've tied up the Australians.
And I think did that last ball get Perry on like the inside of the thigh, or like it looked like she was in a bit of pain there from wherever it hit.
I was hoping it would hit the helmet too behind the keeper,
and it's 5 runs.
We'd see 5 runs, but it was
we have not seen
to the left of the helmet.
We have not seen 5 runs yet this match, so there's always an opportunity. So and just want to give a shout out to Brian, who's stocked up the White Line Wireless fridge here in the Box of Dreams. Bought us quite a few different and varied selections of alcohol. There's a couple of wines, a couple of boutique beers, I'll call them, and we're looking forward to cracking them open. So you've got myself, Sapun, on Ball by Ball. We've got Ben Rennick here on summary, and Russ on the socials.
Thank you,
Sapun. Any more cat names coming in, Russ?
No more cat names. We're on the polls today, but we have some tweets. Message says an analogy attack, so like being overcome by a collection of cliches.
That's a replay, Russ.
It's a replay. That's right. I was pausing for the replay because I saw it out the corner of my eye. Locke says a handy 321 made by Scotland. And Sri Lanka made 325, so some big chases for Oman and Ireland. And Muttley Von Erich says, when my cat is misbehaving, she doesn't answer to any of the following. Oi, get out of there, put that down, and other names that can't be read out on air.
This is Guerrilla Cricket featuring White Line Wireless. I'm pretty sure we can read them out. Not sure if Twitter will let you post it. Depends on what Elon Musk is.
You can do anything on Twitter these days, can't you?
As long as it's supporting the white.
That was the whole point of the takeover.
Yeah. So
none of this cancel culture.
So late last night, we were getting quite a bit of late swing from the English pace bowlers. Have we seen any hint of swing this morning, Ben?
There's been a huge swing from Kate Cross to get that wicket. She had it hooping from around the wicket, right arm around the wicket to the left-handers, and there's just been a little bit of swing. There's been a couple sort of keep low. Eccleston's been flighting them up and creating a few chances. It was actually quite a good session. I thought the Australians might just go on their merry way and score at 4 or 5 and over, and sort of set about going for a declaration. But they haven't got away at all. The run rates really come down. Just that one wicket though. We've seen 2 dropped catches. Litchfield was put down by Cross, who then got her out a couple of overs later, and then Siva Brunt there just putting one down off her own bowling. A tough chance, admittedly, but I guess if they're going to take these 10 Australian wickets, they're going to have to take every chance they have.
And that is Eccleston in, and that's just defended by, I believe that is Elise Perry for no run. So Elise Perry and Beth Mooney, the batters for Australia, facing up against Sophie Eccleston. As Eccleston in again, that's flighted and on leg stump and just defended down for no run.
So one thing I'm watching today is will Eccleston bowl unchanged for the whole day?
I mean, it worked for her in the first innings.
She's well on her way. She's into about her eighth over for the day, or maybe even 9th, and I don't think she's going to be taken off.
As Eccleston comes in again, and there's a lot happening there. I think it's past the outside edge. Jones takes the bails off, even though Perry's foot was well landed, and there's an appeal for everything, and nothing actually happened there.
Well, it's the old loophole in the rules that if you appeal for the stumping and they go upstairs, they have to check for every dismissal, which makes absolutely no sense at all. I don't know how that's in the rules, but it's a sneaky way of potentially checking a court behind or whatever without using a review.
And they've made the square leg umpire walk all the way in to put the bails back on the stumps.
But no, Perry, that's that good length there. Perry was caught on the crease, just almost falling forward, and that one did turn a bit, and it was unlucky for Eccleston that it didn't just clip top of off stump, because it was sort of middle and off exposed there from Perry.
So there's a slip and a silly point in for Perry.
It's missing the outside edge by about 3 inches. And I don't think her back foot ever left the ground, so
no.
Not sure why.
The one thing about
reviewed,
Elise Perry, she knows where her back foot is.
I think I was saying this the other night, it must be in the rules of cricket or the rules of umpiring that if the ball hits the stumps, you just
check everything.
If someone takes the bails off, you just have to review it. Even if they're 10 metres past the crease, someone goes for a run out, that they just have to review it. And we waste another 2 minutes and potentially lose an over of play.
Maybe there should be an over 8 penalty for umpires as well.
Umpires. Do they get docked their match fee? Do they get suspended? Who's the captain of the umpires? That's not a thing anymore. They used to suspend the captain. I think we should go back to that, but that's probably another topic. I don't think millionaires care about their match fee.
As Eccleston in again to Perry, who plays a very nice forward defence, and no run there. So if Australia continue at this rate, holding on to their wickets, they could probably bat through to the 3rd session.
Just looking at that replay again, I think Jones was a bit early getting the bails off. We'll go into that in a bit more detail.
As Eccleston into Perry, who drives it but straight to cover and no run.
So Jones has actually whipped the bails off, and then Perry's foot has come up into the air. So if Jones actually waited for it to come up and then whipped it off, she may very well have been out.
And Eccleston in, and that's just defended on a leg stump line by Perry, and that's a maiden over. 122 for 1 for Australia.
I retract my comments about the review. I'm not sure if it was Peter Neville or an Australian keeper. I think White Line Wireless might have been commentating a few years ago where I think the batter was in and they had a tendency just to lift their foot up almost when the ball was dead, and the keeper sort of waited a couple of seconds and they lifted up and whipped off the bails and they were out stumped.
I do remember that.
And there was a bit of controversy whether maybe that was not in the spirit of cricket.
Is the ball actually dead when it's in the
dead if you wait 5 seconds and then they just instinctively lift the back leg up, which is what Perry did. Maybe Jones will watch that in future.
I'm not sure. I think Eccleston has bowled about 40% of the English innings. If someone can figure out that exact stat and see where that sits in terms of the all-time records, as that's not Kate Cross, that is Siva Brunt. Siva Brunt in to Mooney, to Perry, and who just defends down onto the onside for no run. So Mooney 56 off 100. So she reached her Cowan ton, but it's not a real Cowan, as her scoring rate is above 50.
She'll be disappointed with that.
Silverbright in again, getting a slight bit of shape in, but Mooney's well aware of it and just defends it down to point for no run.
Well, 40% is a pretty good percentage. I guess the most you can have is 50, or maybe 51, 52. I guess
if you keep
51
changing
overs
ends,
bowled, and
yeah.
you can bowl 26 of them.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's just an astonishing amount of overs she's bowled. 45 overs, and then another 18 so far this innings. Silverbright in on an off-stump line, but defended by Mooney, no run. So Australia's lead currently 132. And it's always a question where how much of a lead do you want, where England think they can win it and they'll play the attacking shots, or do you take them out of the game and then hope your bowlers can get the 10 wickets needed?
Well, I don't think this is a pitch where anyone's bowling anyone out in 40 overs or 50 overs. So.
As Silverbright in again, and Mooney just plays that down, and they take a quick cheeky single. There were 3 people in the infield, and the ball didn't go near any of them.
Yeah, save for rain, but even if they keep ticking it over the way they're going now, they'd be about 300 ahead at the end of the day's play, which probably wouldn't be enough to declare overnight. So unless they lift the scoring rate, they're probably going to run out of overs to win the game.
300 ahead won't win the game. 350 is doable for England in a day.
Yeah. 350 is a nice juicy target.
Silverbright into Perry, who drives it, and that's fielded well, but they managed to squeeze another run in there. So Australia 124 for 1, and Mooney's now on strike.
Yeah, Perry 13 off 39, certainly not. I don't think there's been any directive from the captain to go smack him around.
Probably after lunch.
Well, Perry doesn't want to dint that average of 77, so.
Well, no, she has to beat.
She has to be not out at the end, or make 77.
Silverbright in, and Mooney's decided to play it late, misses it completely, and just goes into Jones's hands, and that's the end of the over. Russ.
George McPherson says England need to get a few more wickets quickly. Their performance in the second innings isn't that good. And Cat Jones, his own Cat Jones, says Tabby Beaumont is perfect. But I like third man better because better than the previous poll options too. So keep those votes coming in.
Yeah, that last ball from Silverbright there just went the other way. Yeah. Right home around the wicket. They've been angling it in and swinging in, and that just went the other way and beat the outside edge of Mooney. So she's certainly causing a few issues for the Australians. She's obviously recovered from that injury. Didn't bowl too many overs in the first innings, but if she can get the ball moving, get a few wickets, that'll be vital for England.
I think Perry's going to make sure she finishes this game with a higher test average than Sutherland. As that's in, and Perry cuts that, but it's straight down to point for no run. So, good shot, well intentioned, and just field was actually, England started to bowl to their field. So good work from Eccleston there, who's at 12 overs bowled, so 60 overs so far in the total game. As that's in, and that's wide down leg side, and Perry sweeps it. That's going all the way down to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs.
Yes, if Eccleston bowls another 20 overs, she would have bowled the equivalent of 2 T20 games herself, which is 2/3 of the T20 portion of the Ashes. If she can get up to 80 overs.
I wonder if there's we need to get a bowling count for a bowler who does. Oh, well, I suppose we call it an Eccleston, a bowler who bowls 100 overs in a Test match.
I think it's an Eccleston.
As Eccleston in again to Perry, who just drives that down to cover for no run. So we're coining it here first.
The Eccleston, the 100 over match.
Yeah. she needs to get to 100 overs.
I don't know if she'll get there.
Maybe we call it 50 overs bowled. Oh no, that's too easy.
Well, 50's good.
As Eccleston in the game, flied it up and just defended by Perry to the silly point there for no run.
What they have done is they've managed to spread the field, no longer a short leg and short mid off, there's just the silly point and the slip, so Plenty of gaps out there now to push the ball around and make runs.
Yep, a couple of quick singles here and there, just keep the run rate ticking over. As Eccleston in it, and that's a leg stump line. Perry's well behind it and just defends. No run. So run rate at about 3.4 and over. 4.4 would probably be better to get the totals where you need it.
Well, yeah, they came in at stumps none for 82. They were going at 4.24 and over, and it's really slowed down since then.
As Eccleston into Perry, who again just defends it, and there's no run scored. And that's the end of the over. Australia 128 for 1. Russ.
No new tweets. So
it's very disappointing, Twitter. You need to keep the tweets coming in.
Everyone's having a lazy Sunday in England by the sounds.
So, and like we said in the first innings, Australia has a very deep batting lineup here, batting all the way down to number 10, essentially.
Hey, don't sell Darcy Brown short. He looked good in the first innings.
5 off 12.
with limited
opportunity.
Limited opportunity, it must be said, in the not many number 11s bat in T20 cricket or really ODI cricket, to be honest. So
it's good to see a few more overs from Siva Brunt this inning. So hopefully her knee's no longer causing her major concerns.
We'd think it must be right, or they wouldn't risk her on the batting front.
And that's edged by Mooney, and that's going all the way down to the fine leg boundary for 4. So
I hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went 4 runs.
And Mooney moves to 61 from 105. That was, I suppose it was a good line, but they just didn't have a slip in for some reason.
They just didn't have a slip in. So
that's definitely a first slip catch.
That would have gone straight to first slip. She's pitched that. She's got a bit of bounce. It's moved away a bit, and she's causing all sorts of problems here for Mooney. She's had a couple of catches dropped off,
and Mooney's got a cheeky smile on her face because she knows, hey, I survived that one.
I guess they're in that phase. Yeah. Do we save runs? Do we have people on the boundary, or do we take wickets? But surely you need a first slip in, but still no first slip.
Siva into Mooney again, and that's angling in onto off stump and no run.
Yeah, Russ was talking about before about the plan to potentially get Mooney
out for
caught at the gully, which is that shot she plays, which I don't think we've seen one really go to first slip all game because the pitch has been a bit slow and keeping low. That one just sort of took off though, off a length, but now they're bringing in the slip.
So we've got a first slip, a gully, and we've got half a point, a backward
point almost.
So we're running again, and that's driven by Mooney past a backward point. But there's a sweeper out there who catches it and throws it back in, and they get 2 runs.
Just toying with England now.
So, you moved your field.
You moved your field?
I'm gonna hit the ball right past where you moved your fielder.
Yes, Mooney now on a 63. She'll be eyeing off 3 figures, no doubt. She is yet to make a test century.
Siva Brunt in, and that's on the middle stump line and defended by Mooney back to Siva Brunt for no run.
It did just pop up almost off the face or the leading edge there. It was well short of Siva Brunt, but plenty happening every ball. She's
I'm glad the pitch is finally doing something.
Yeah, it's either doing something or it's just a bit of loss of concentration, but that one just held up off the pitch and one bounce to Siva Brunt.
And Siva Brunt in again and driven by Mooney, but just straight to mid-wicket for no run.
Maybe just day 4, it's hot out there, maybe the players just concentration's lapsing a bit. There's been plenty of chances in this first hour. There's been a wicket, a couple of drop catches and balls flying through slip, so although it's 1 for 134, it could well have been a few more wickets down.
And last bowler for over, Siva Brunt is in, and that's defended onto the onside, but still no run, and Australia 134 for 1, and we're going to bring Dave onto summary. While Russ is busily producing, we'll see if there are any tweets. Oh, Russ is back on.
There are tweets. Well, there's one from Mog that says, "What do you mean no new tweets?" Which is very funny, Mog. Warren also asked messages how his fish pie was, but I think that's a discussion for Twitter.
That was a fish pie from yesterday. Has he had a second fish pie?
Well, no, I think it was from yesterday, but I'm curious too how the fish pie was. So next time Messi's on, he can regale us with it.
As I say, welcome to Dave. I think this is your first stint in the Box of Dreams.
Yes, good evening. It's fantastic to be here.
So,
great honour.
Yes. We let everyone in, just so you know.
It was a quick initiation, I must say.
If you are interested in joining the call, feel free to reach out to us on Twitter at @WhiteLineWire or @Gorilla Cricket, and we'll see what we can do to bring you involved. That's Eccleston into Perry. That's a leg stump line. Perry misses it. Jones misses it, but it just sort of drops dead, and there's no run scored.
I'm particularly keen in anyone who wants to man the studio at 3 a.m. because I need sleep.
Yes, that's a very important thing. And the cats wake Russ up anyway. As Eccleston in again to Perry, who's just forward and defending. There's an appeal from first slip for an LBW for some reason, but
it's optimistic.
There's no way that was in line with any of the stumps, and it's about a fifth stump line that it hit Perry on the pads, so it's the worst appeal so far today. It's Eccleston in, and that's full length on middle stump and just dug out by Perry, but no run.
I say I'm impressed by your musical interludes.
Oh,
gentlemen, who's responsible for those?
Mostly Mog, I think. There's a couple of people at Gorilla who give us the different musical interludes, and they're very entertaining.
We do have a few classic White Line Wireless ones in the mix as well. Stats into Perry and cut past second slip, and that's going down to the boundary, but it's being chased out, and they'll manage to run 2 there. So Perry moves to 19 off 49, of quite a slow run rate from her. She needs to hit 78 today to get her average above that of Sutherland, which is the most important thing in today's game, as Australia currently 136 for 1. And Eccleston in again, and Perry just defends that past silly point for no run.
Hard to get a read on the Australians' tactics, isn't it, at the moment?
They're a bit too slow, and there's gaps in the field. Like there's been, like, England's line has somehow improved from day one to today. Like, their bowlers are being much more effective, but there's still the bad balls, there's still the gaps in the field that they should be exploiting. As that's flighted up, and Perry's just well behind it and defends it again. So Australia 136 for 1.
A tweet from Messi Jesse says there have actually been 24 innings in men's tests where only 2 bowlers were used, mostly small totals, of course, and he provides the link. The most recent from Maharaj and Harmer, who did it twice in a series against Bangladesh. And Anth Condon responds, notable how many of them in the 19th century it was quite common to only use 2 bowlers before the First World War. Seeing 2 bowlers with 40 plus overs each wasn't unusual.
That does not sound like a fun game if you're a bowler. So there's a bit of a wait here. Silverbrad's going to continue the attack. Yeah, I think, like, I haven't seen anyone really go after Eccleston as a spinner. Like, there hasn't been any slog sweeps. There hasn't been just constantly changing to strike on her. Like, it's been when it's been Perry, she's just stuck on her spot. Silverbrand in, and that's worked away by Mooney onto the onside. There should be at least 2 here, and that's yep, they managed to get 2, so Mooney moves to 65.
Yeah, they're essentially waiting for Eccleston to bowl a bad ball, and I think she's only bowled about 2
out of the 200 she's
That's
bowled?
right. Well, in this innings.
So it's yeah, it's quite an odd, how would you say it? Australia's not taking the opportunity that they have. As Silverbrunt in, that's a leg stump line, and Mooney defends it. I think there was an attempted run, and then they realised, oh no, that's way too close. We're not going to try that.
I mean, potentially, I suppose there's about still 70 overs left in the day with the over rate pretty healthy.
But yeah, if they up their run rate, get to a lead of 350 by the start of session 3, as that's it, and that's in the air, but there's no fielders around, and that goes out, and they managed to make 2 runs there. So that's Perry moving to 19 off 51.
Part of the reason the run rate's so the over rate's so healthy is because they're not scoring any runs, of course.
Yeah, that's right. But yeah, with 70 overs or thereabouts remaining in the day, I mean, there's another, even conservatively, 200 runs easily there. So they might be happy with that.
And Silverbrat in, and that's a leg stump line worked off the pads by Perry. It's there's a deep fielder out there. That's another 2 runs, I'd say. Yep. So Perry moves to 21 off 52.
Do we feel 350 is enough?
If you make it, if it's 400, England have got to bat up for a draw. If it's 350 and they have 3 full sessions, they'll go after Australia's bowling and they'll try to win it. So it's that delicate balance. And it doesn't look like England's in a stage to take control of this test match, as that's into Perry, who just defends it down to a point for no run.
What would Ben Stokes do?
He'd start keeping himself. Like I don't know. Like, I think Ben Stokes as a barometer is not the best for cricket. As Silverbrat in for her final delivery of the over, and that slight bit of swing in, and just defended by Perry. So we're seeing a bit of the outswing just slowly dying away now. So pitch is hardened up a bit. Russ.
I don't think we actually had any, so carry on.
Okay. So we've got, let's just have a look. So who else so I'm surprised Kate Cross and Lauren Bell haven't come back into the attack. It's been about half an hour, 40 minutes or so since they have. And a bit of Filer would be good as well. Eccleston on one end, Filer on the other. Couple of bouncers, just with a crowded field around the batter, just something to maybe just unsettle Mooney and Perry, because Mooney's played a couple of bad shots, and there's one that she should have been out on if England had a first slip, but it's just they're too comfortable for England's sake.
Sorry, I did miss a tweet from Mog. He says, it's just a shame Grace Harris isn't playing. Her jingle is mighty sweary.
Did we get our player jingles loaded, or we have... Oh, okay. Haven't heard any of them yet. At night!
We can bring one on now.
Got your wish, we've got a bowling change.
Yeah,
the night's coming on.
Here we go.
We really care. We care a lot about what Heather Knight says in her interviews.
Don't quite get the reference there, as Knight in and Mooney just drives it through to cover for no run.
It was hauntingly beautiful, but yeah, I'm with you.
No, I think there's a reference there from Guerrilla Cricket that us White Line Wireless crew haven't experienced yet. And Knight in again, and that's slashed at by Mooney, and it's going out to the deeps, but there's a sweeper out there, so Lamb collects it, and there's 1 run.
Even that shot was not... Didn't really pounce on it, did she? It was like, oh, it's there, I think I might.
I'll hit it, but I won't hit it hard enough to get it to the boundary, and I'll just hit it to where the fielder is.
I think what we're saying is we want a bit more intent from the Australian batters here.
Yeah, a bit too relaxed, which is like, they won't get out, but their score might not be where it needs, as Knight in on a middle stump line and defended by Perry. Just back to Knight for no run. And I'd want to see some more like coming down to pitch and like trying to slog it for 6, or like just, it's Knight, she's not that aggressive as a bowler. And saying that, Perry edges that, goes past the keeper, past first slip, going all the way down to the final leg boundary, but it's a very slow outfield and is stopped in play, so they should be able to get 3 runs here. Managed 2. So Perry survives another, like, I don't know how, so definitely edge. It's not sure if first slip was a bit too close to the keeper or not close enough, but it's another chance that England hasn't been able to take. As Knight comes in again and Perry gets a thick outside edge, goes down to Gully, I suppose, for no run. Oh, sorry, for 2 runs. So Perry 25 off 57. Australia leading by 156 with only the loss of 1 wicket so far today. But it's Perry should really be out there.
Coming off the keeper's
it was a wicket keeper's catch. It was 100% a keeper's catch. Shouldn't even have gotten to slip, as Knight in and Perry just drives down to wide on for no run, and that's the end of the over.
Guerrilla cricket featuring White Line Wireless. Still ball by bloody ball.
Guerrilla cricket.
And yes, you are listening to White Line Wireless, featuring Guerrilla Crickets. Dane and Alan are in the box. My apologies to Anth Condon, who I've dragged over here. He didn't need to be. That's my fault for not being able to read the roster.
Ball's always good.
Like a new box of balls to have a choice.
Runs coming into bowl. Mooney's on strike. She's on 67. Patient innings from her. On the back foot and playing it out to mid-on. No run. Dana, your thoughts on Mooney's innings so far?
She's still there.
Well, there've been a few chances now, haven't there?
Indeed. 67, half an hour till lunch. I urge her again to fill her boots.
Here is Brunt again to Mooney. She's defending. She looks for a single. Perry was having none of it, and it goes back as the point fielder runs in.
There's been plenty of oohs and ahs in this box of dreams over here. It's been fun to watch.
Yeah, I feel there's been more chances in this first session than maybe most of yesterday. So it's a good sign for the rest of this match if the pitch is starting to do a little bit more. Certainly there's been some swing. Siva Brunt's full to Mooney. She's playing out to that deep point region. She'll just pick up a single. Moves her on to 68 in Australia, 1 for 148.
In games like this, though, you can't even wait for full blow. I mean, the drop by Skipper Brunt is a howling, glaring miss. But even half chances, you feel like you've got to take them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they got lucky with Litchfield. I mean, Kate Cross dropped that absolute. Well, it was hit hard, but it was straight to her at the start of the day. Here is Siva Brunt again, and she's over the wicket to Perry, and Perry's on the back foot, half cut to Gully, but there's a little dive and they stop it.
Yes, I feel like the rest of the test match is going to rest on those sorts of deep throws from the boundary that hit a stump from side on and you're just short. Those kind of wickets. So the half chances you have to take, but the full chances you can't drop because it eats into your confidence as well.
It's Silverbrunt again. It's short of a length, and Perry's defending on the back foot out to mid-on.
And it looks a little warm out there.
It's definitely warm, and if it was 28 at 11 a.m, it's probably going to be quite warm later in the day. So that will drain the bowlers. Interesting that Eccleston's actually come off, which is not something we saw in the first innings. She's basically bowled whole sessions at a time. Silverbrunt last ball of the over to Perry. She's full and she's just defending and dribbles out to gully. There's no run. End of the over. Australia 1 for 147.
We didn't see a lot of Silverbrunt in the first innings, did we? So a sore knee means she's pacing herself.
Yeah, we didn't see Heather Knight either. So there's actually 2 bowlers on right now that weren't really used. Maybe that's a lack of faith in Filer Bell.
I wish I knew the state of play a little more closely in terms of who's fit, who's slightly injured, who's lacking confidence, because we can assume way too much from here.
Looks like there's going to be another change.
No, this is Heather Knight. She came on just before.
Oh, sorry, she bowled that. Sorry.
She'd be
Didn't see that.
bowling to Mooney round the wicket. There's a short leg in and a slip and a shortish cover in mid-wicket, but not attacking. This one's full and Mooney's defending. It goes out to that cover. Game's just a little gentle at the moment. There's not a lot of runs being scored. Just probing with the ball is Knight again. So Mooney's down the pitch driving, but she can't get it past mid-on, so she stays in her crease. Returns to her crease, I should say.
There was an excellent piece on the UK live coverage yesterday in between the second and third sessions, and Mel Jones was talking about the way that Australians would use their feet more to spinners like Knight.
This one's full to Mooney, and it bounces off the pad a little bit, but it doesn't go to hand, so no run.
The idea of using your feet to be able to encourage the ball that drops short to be able to score off, as opposed to a more sweep first mentality off the spin.
Yeah, this one's full to Mooney. It's a full toss, in fact, and she can't get any pace on the drive, and it goes straight out to mid-off.
It was fascinating to see the sort of the contrasting approaches.
This one's full to Mooney. She's driven this one through the covers. There's a player coming around from deep point. It'll be it's not Danny White for once, actually, but so they'll take 2. Moves the score into 149 and Mooney just 70. 1 ball left in the over. Yeah, the trick is just not to be caught on the crease, isn't it? With the spinner, you don't want them to dictate the lengths to you. Give yourself time to read the spin or get to the pitch. This one's from Knight, is short of a length, and Mooney's back, playing it past the short leg. Doesn't go to hand. Picked up by the mid wicket, and it's the end of the over. 1 for 149. Any socials? Al?
Socials. So let's have a look at what we've got here. Leah, funny how the Aussies pull out the scarves while I look for my skimpiest dress in order to not die of heat stroke in northern Germany. Mog, no reference. Mostly who gives a shit what a captain says in an interview. It's all cliche and bullcrap.
Aha. A reference to earlier the jingle about caring about what Heather Knight says.
Well, indeed. And just a moment ago, messages currently 29.5 with 46 humidity at Trent Bridge. Indoors weather, no sign of thunderstorms yet, says our man in the weather cave. Messages.
We're going to get a change of bowler and scramble in the box to see if we can get the jingle up for... nice short and sweet, that one.
The less we know about a cricketer, the shorter the jingle. I think that's roughly the line.
I can't remember what Dave Warner's jingle was like, but I'm sure it must go for about 25 minutes.
Comes in volumes. Volumes.
Could you imagine Shane Warner's jingle?
It'd be a musical theatre piece in no time at all. Oh,
Yeah.
wait, they've done that. That's right.
They have. Filer's going to bowl with mostly just a ring field, a single slip in, a deep fine leg and a deep square leg, and I'm pretty sure a deep point, although I can't see it on the screen, but there's a huge gap there. It's coming in now to Perry, and it's wide outside of stump. It's full enough that Perry doesn't, and wide enough that she doesn't attempt the shot.
I'm pretty sure the main main channel is playing Warney the drama loosely ahead of the women's test.
That's very
this
disappointing,
evening.
isn't it? They advertised it heavily though here. Filer in again to Perry. A bit more time when the spinners aren't on. This one's full and again outside of stump, and again Perry leaves it alone.
You know, Shane Warne impersonators might become, you know, the Elvis Presley impersonators of the 21st century, because now we have a couple of serious actors to compare.
See, the thing is, when you talk about Elvis impersonators, it's all about which stage of Elvis's life do you want to impersonate.
He's quite.
I know there is always a defaulting to Vegas Elvis.
Filer short. Perry tucks it off her hip, but it goes straight to mid-wicket. There'll be no run again.
Well, that was the best costuming, the Vegas era of Elvis.
So I'm assuming that's Hampshire Warning and let me think, you know, IPL Warning.
Ooh,
Big
that
Bash Warning.
ball by Filer is bowled, Perry. It's cut back in. It's absolute ripper of a ball because it was short of a length, and it's cut Perry in half. I'm not sure if she played it on because it seemed like it got her up over the stumps, but it's an absolute ripper of a ball. Filer has picked up the wicket. Perry out for 25.
I'm looking forward to the replay of that one because I've been waiting for a chop on for 3.5 days.
Yeah, she's played it on. It's got into her hip. She got the inside edge. It bounced up. She might have been slightly unlucky. It didn't bounce over the stumps, but a ripper of a ball from Filer. And that's what she's there for, to take those wickets, to give that little bit of an edge to the bowling attack.
15 minutes before lunch, perfect time to come on and take a couple of quick wickets. Have a rest, bowl of jelly and ice cream, and come back out again.
Oh, that sounds like a perfect lunch, that. Sign me up for some of that. But the short pitch delivery, well directed and very much a surprise, given what the batsmen have had to face over most of the morning session. It's been pitched up, it's been drivable or just short, and a real ball of real pace. But as you said, yeah, that's the reason why she's in the attack.
And Perry,
for just those purposes.
Perry has a habit of trying to play the ball a little bit too close to her body on the cut. She got out in the first innings doing that. Was dropped, I think, another time, and that one was the same. It's a funny little shot where she really should be trying to play it straight back down the pitch, but by trying to cut it, once it moved in on her, all she managed to do was cut it onto her stumps.
And a bit of good fortune for the England team because they've missed those sorts of wickets by just that much. That's a good wicket to pick up now. What's the score?
2 for 149. It's the new bat will be. We got a jingle for her.
McGrath.
All the way with Talia McGrath, bringing elegance, finesse, and all of that. Like a vengeful goddess full of violence and bloodlust, all the way with Talia McGrath.
Wonderful. Filer's next ball is very short in the sense that she almost hit herself in the foot. It's ballooned up and left alone by Talia McGrath outside of stump. Bounced once and possibly even twice to get to Jones keeping. See more replays of the Perry dismissal. She'll regret that shot, Perry. And a producer tells us that Sutherland now has a confirmed higher test batting average than Perry. So the race for whatever this. What's Perry's average now? This next ball by Filer is full on outside leg stump, but it was dug into the Yorker. Played very well by McGrath. She was standing outside leg stump to play it. A very, very fine over by Filer. End of it, Australia's 2 for 149.
That was fabulous movement in that last delivery, wasn't it? Or, I'm always wary about whether I'm just being deceived by the camera angle and waiting for the ball to bounce. Well, that seemed like it moved an awful lot later.
Yeah, it was late. Well, late swing. She gave it time to swing because it was a full toss, about 3 inches off the ground, but it was dangerous enough, and McGrath did pretty well to stop it and not get hit on the pad, which is the main risk of a ball like that. Though not sure if it was actually going to hit the stumps. Knight's continuing. She's bowling to Mooney, and this is pushed forward into the covers. She'll take a quick single. There's a throw at the stumps, but it doesn't hit, but I think Mooney would have been safe anyway. Scores up 150 for Australia.
Colleagues, would you have the short fielder on the other side? So rather than the short square leg, would you have silly point with the way that Knight's bowling?
To Mooney probably, because it's moving away from her, but don't know.
Yeah, same, I think.
I mean, you also have to play for the ball that goes straight, right? The one that hits the inside edge and then the pad. So that was the thing we talked about earlier with the crosses ball, and it actually will haunt Siva Brunt that she managed to get the straight one to catch the edge.
Yeah, exactly.
And there was no slip in to actually get the wicket. Knight bowling in sunglasses, and it's wide of the stumps to McGrath and left alone. Almost aviators by Heather Knight. Coolest bowler I've ever seen. We did have a chat yesterday about sunglass bowlers bowl worse with sunglasses on. This one's full, and McGrath's driving. She's driving very well. It's fielded, slight misfield, but well stopped actually at mid-off. The dive there from Filer. Manages to keep it to 1. McGrath off the mark.
That is, she's moved really well to stop that.
It's a long way down for Filer, so did well to get there as well. Mooney's back on strike. She's on 71. Knight's round the wicket to Mooney, and she's driving, but can't beat mid-off. Interesting to see whether we see a lot of Knight and Eccleston too paired up, because we hadn't actually seen that yet in this test match. But if Knight could keep the runs down, it'd be very difficult for Australia at both ends. This one's full to Mooney, driving, can't beat mid-off again.
I dare say if we're still playing at, this time tomorrow, well, perhaps even before tea, that we'll see some very interesting pairings in the Australian bowling.
Yes, lots of bowlers, lots of interesting pairs you can come up with. What's the...
Yeah, exactly.
Now I've forgotten the mathematical term for the number of different pairs you can have from 2 out of 8 bowlers.
Or permutations and combinations.
Combinatorics, thank you for supporting the producer's box. This one's full to Mooney as he defends out to cover. There'll be no run, end of the over. Australia 2 for 151.
So perming 2 out of 8 will give you 8 times 7, 56. 56 divided by 2 is 28.
Okay.
It's a whole session of just different combinations.
Yeah. Is it IPL tactics of 1 over spells? just kind of go through that. Let's have a look at some social media. Let's see what we've got here. Mark Warner's jingle is just 10 minutes of me screaming you fuck. And then goes, did Colin Miller ever bowl with sunglasses on? He strikes me as the sort of flog who would.
I think he had them on the back of his hat.
Has responded immediately with a picture of him with resplendent red hair bowling with sunglasses on.
Wonderful. Here's Filer into Mooney. Oh, McGrath, his bowler. Absolute ripper of a delivery. Straight through her. Filer has come on and picked up 2 wickets in 2 overs, and both with pace, and troubled the batters. McGrath's out for 1. Australia 3 for 151. And this was what we expected from Filer. And it's taken until the 4th day for her to turn up and start bowling quick.
We were thinking that 1 for 149 could easily become 4 for 150 at lunch with just, 10 overs at 10 minutes and probably 3 overs from Filer, which is about maximum spell for her, I think.
Yeah, that one's
just a flick off the pad. It was going down the leg side, flick off the pad, back onto leg stump, and that's what's done for the dismissal.
Yeah, I think it's beaten her for pace because it seemed to have hit her pads before the bat can come through. McGrath taking a stance outside leg stump. But yeah, big change. Australia's gone from looking very, very comfortable to a few down. Obviously, deep batting lineup.
It's always a question of momentum with these things, isn't it? Really, that looking at the score as a series of numbers only tells you kind of half the story. We said 15 minutes before lunch with regards to Perry's wicket. Now, just a few moments before with regards to McGrath's. It's a nervy.
Absolutely.
5-10 minutes for whoever's coming in next.
Well, it's going to be Alyssa Healy. Oh no, sorry, it's going to be Jess Jonasson.
Yes, I'm not sure if sending out the skipper at this stage just before lunch would be the right idea.
What you will do to stop her?
No, it would have been a risk for Alyssa on a pair to face a fired up Filer. But
is this a lunch watchman?
Yeah.
Rather than a night watchman.
Here is Filer. She's over the wicket to Jonasson, and it's a full. And by full, I mean it went past the end of the pitch before it bounced to Jones. It's wide of the stumps. Jonasson leaves it alone. Filer is really giving it everything right now.
I'm going to go with the tea room security guard. So someone who should come out and guard your skipper getting out really cheaply and then going in and eating all the jelly and ice cream before you can get to it. So we'll take the gender out of it and call it a tea room security guard.
I like the sound of that.
You like jelly and ice cream, don't you?
His Filer, it's short to Jonasson, and she's on the back foot and playing it. That was quick enough to hurry her a little bit.
Show me a person who doesn't like jelly and ice cream, and I'll show you a person who doesn't like life. And if you put that on a t-shirt, I will happily wear it.
Hopefully, whoever's in charge of the Gorilla Cricket t-shirt factory can get that on the website for you, Hal.
Hashtag get me a big box of that. That'll be fine.
His Filer again, 2 slips and a short leg, a deepish short leg, and it's full to Jonasson. She's defending. Filer picks it up on a follow through before it can get to mid-on. No run. There's a bit of life in the game now. Nothing like a bit of pace. Well, 2 for 23 off 5.4 overs, but it's been today's little stint that's been the killer. This one's wide of the stumps, left alone by Jonasson.
Much better lines, rhythms, just looking a lot more damaging today, Filer, isn't she?
And probably isn't doing an awful lot, if anything, different than previously inside the match, which is what makes all of this a little bit maddening, I guess, is the idea of it feels exactly the same, but I couldn't put it where I wanted to, and now it all seems so easy.
It's interesting to see what sort of role Sutherland plays in the last innings.
Yeah, definitely. Whether they keep her down at 8. This ball's round the wicket to Jonasson. It's down the leg side.
I was thinking of the bowling second innings because she's got that bit of pace but also that capability of containment.
Yeah, she was one early in the English innings I thought troubled them the most. She seemed to get the bounce and pace through that the others weren't there. Darcy Brown, obviously, if she can get on a spot too.
Then look out.
There are now multiple pictures of Colin Miller with various shades of hair, bowling with sunglasses on, to the words of repeat offender.
I seem to remember him with blue hair and glasses.
Yeah, there's blue hair, and there's red hair, and there's green hair, and there's yellow hair. None of it was quite flattering, but yeah, it's definitely all the colours are there.
Eccleston's back on. She's around the wicket, so over the wicket to Mooney, and it's on a length, and Mooney defends out into the offside.
Colin Miller is one of the cricketers that has made the most of life. I think it's fair to say.
That's a very diplomatic way of putting it.
Is Eccleston sweeping this Mooney, and it's going to be picked up on the boundary down there by Cross, I think, and they'll come back for 2. The interesting thing about Miller was that he basically was a fairly medium pace, trundler, and then he took up off spin at a rapid pace and took 1,000,000 wickets, and suddenly you couldn't not but select him. Fairly successful Test career in the short time he was there.
In a very successful team.
That's exactly right. Here's Eccleston, it's full, and Mooney's defending. It dribbles out to the mid-wicket region, past a diving Tammy Beaumont at short leg. Eccleston, and again, full, Mooney defending. Beaumont this time throws it back at the stumps. Jones picks it up, but there's no chance of a run out. Eccleston will be keen to get a chance at Jonasson, the new batter. Still got Mooney though, this time short of a length. Mooney plays it out into the point region. There'll be no run. One ball left in the over. Mooney on 73, Eccleston none for 30 off 14, almost 15 overs. Economical again. Last ball. It's a shorter length and Mooney's cutting, but it's stopped and goes directly to point, so there's no run there. End of the over, 3 for 153.
So yeah, just to bring us up to date, just Mog replying to the picture of the multiple Millers with the various coloured hair. You're ruining my already battered faith in professional sports people. It's disappointingly just a couple of colours short of a full rainbow spectrum, which is
I think it's the Olympic rings.
Yes, just one short of the rings then in that case. Just the one short.
Last over before lunch?
I would think so. Filer's going to take it. Chance to put everything into one over. Jonasson will be on strike. Still a naught. The lead's 163. It's probably roughly half, a little bit less than what Australia would like to set England. Filer's first ball's down leg side, and Jonasson leaves it alone.
But JJ, another patient bat. I think this is a good pairing for both just before lunch. Let's hope in a biased manner that they don't lose a wicket, and then settle into that first 45 minutes after lunch before the fireworks start.
There's a few players who can provide some fireworks in the Australian lineup underneath. It's Filer. It's short of a length and cutting by Jonasson, but it's gone out to mid-off. Bit of a diving save by Kate Cross. Still out there with very damaged fingers. So far she's smashed her thumb and her middle finger on a thumb on her left hand and middle finger on her right.
Well, she spent some time getting treatment for that, didn't she, in the first over or so of the day?
She did, yes. 2 drop catches out of it as well. His Filer's over the wicket this time to Jonasson's down the leg side. Jones does well to come across and stop it. 3 balls left until lunch. It's just gone on, I was going to say 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock here. It's usually 1 p.m. in England.
Yep.
And 2 wickets for 50 runs in this session. It sounds pretty pedestrian, but it hasn't been that at all. Mooney dropped on 55. What is she now?
73. Filer's next
73.
ball's short, and Jonassen just leans back underneath it. No run again. Hasn't managed to really challenge Jonassen in this over so far, Filer. Needs to get that ball that's full. Those are, or at least a short one that makes a play. This one's short. She plays at it. It's a dab off the back foot. It didn't really get up, and she's going to get at least 2 runs as Cross runs into field at deep cover. That is what she gets. Takes a straight of 3 for 155. One more ball before the lunch break. Lisa Healy's already gone to eat some jello and ice cream before the batters can get back to the pavilion.
Quite effective performance in the newly named Tea Time captain stopper role.
Tea room security guard.
Tea room security guard, right.
In front of the buffet, there needs to be a plate of pies, all the food descriptions that we use.
That seems, yeah. The more that described, this absolutely has to catch on.
Filer's taken some time to, I think, change her line to round the wicket to Jonassen for the last ball. 2 gullies in, it's full, and Jonassen's driving uppishly, but it's past the mid-off. She's mid-on rather. She's going to get at least 2 as it's picked up there. That'll be the end of the over, the end of the session before lunch. The score is 3 for 157. Filer 2 for 27. Picked up the wickets of Perry and McGrath, important wickets for England. Litchfield was out earlier in the session, not as Dane just mentioned, just over 50 scored for loss of 3 wickets, so definitely England's session, and be interesting to see what happens after the break. We're going to do a bit more kitten feeding after I set myself up, so stay tuned for that, and thank you both.
We'll see you after lunch.
Take equal parts dross and speculation, throw in the absurd, analysed on a tangent, with a wink to the idiosyncrasies of cricket and a healthy respect for the great game. Stir in by calling all the action, ball by bloody ball, and you're listening to White Line Wireless.
Hi, Bet with Mates Betticut Hotline.
Hi, I've been asked to join Waz's Bet with Mates group.
Great, you'll love it.
It's just, I know nothing about racing. Eagle Farm, Warwick Farm, what's the difference?
About 1,000 kilometres. But sir, Wazza and the boys will help you out.
True.
And Bet with Mates is great for a debut runner like yourself.
Love that.
So you're a start.
Dead set moral.
There you go, you're away.
Bet with Mates, the easiest way to bet together from Sportsbet.
Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
In a dizzying news cycle, The Guardian Weekly magazine is filled only with the week's most essential, independent and award-winning news. And right now, we're offering you 12 issues for just $12. You'll discover our hand-picked global news stories, long reads, opinion, lifestyle and culture. Try out a subscription today by visiting theguardian.com/theguardianweekly. Offer is 12 issues for $12, followed by a quarterly subscription of $108, which you can cancel anytime. Offer ends 16th July 2023. Open to Australian residents aged 18+. For full terms and conditions, visit theguardian.com/weekly terms.
Can't bowl and you can't throw. I'm just telling you what everybody knows. Absolute six. You put down all the talent that's hit you out of the ground. Don't ask one, it was Karen and Joe. So you can't bowl and you can't throw.
In a week where Australian women cricketers received a 66% pay increase from Cricket Australia to go with their infinity % pay increase from the WPL. This is Can't Bowl, Can't Throw.
We've seen a lot of players over the last few years be juggling full-time work, part-time work, trying to support themselves and also have this ambition of playing cricket at a high level, and it's a tough act. I certainly had to do that myself earlier on in my career.
You're here with Dan Lipke and Kat Jones and Rachel Haynes, of course, talking about the pay increase from Cricket Australia.
Yeah, I think this pay increase will mean Meg Lanning never has to go work in a coffee shop again.
Yeah, very, very exciting for her. Yes. Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Australian women do now get paid the same match payments as the men.
Yeah, that's all well and good for the sake of political correctness.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure it reflects the reality of the sport.
No. I mean, surely the women should be paid much more than
Much
the men.
more.
Yeah,
Much more.
I mean, they win more often than
Yep.
the men, and winning isn't everything, but they still have more fun.
Oh,
than
they
the men,
have
it seems.
way more fun than the men, and
Yeah.
they should be rewarded for
Yeah.
how much joy they give to us and
Yes.
how little frustration they
Yeah.
give to the watcher.
Yes, I mean they're not quite on full wage parity yet. That article said they're I think it's like 70% in total of the men's thing, but it's a path they're talking about, a path to getting parity. I'm not quite sure why they can't just jump straight to the end of that path.
I think they're just wanting to incentivise keeping as many women in the game as possible. That's the promise of future benefits to come.
Yeah, I think the women should suggest to Cricket Australia, look, every time we win a World Cup, our pay rates are doubled, and send the entire organisation broke in like a few weeks.
This is the part of the show where we discuss the cricket news of the week.
Lots of stuff going on in the world of cricket, but we just have time to cover some of the crazy finishes that have been taking place in the IPL.
What's the point of the IPL if it does not have crazy finishes?
Yeah.
It's the whole point. And we've had more than 20 games gone now. It's racing along, but there are
20
games.
games, that seems very hard to believe.
I know, it all happens while we're asleep.
I know.
It's hard to believe this really goes on, but I would love to watch more of it. We have watched a few games, and there were 2 games in particular that we wanted to talk about in this segment in the news of the week. And the first one is the Knight Riders versus the Titans.
Yes, so this was a game where the India batter Rinku Singh, he hit 5 sixes off the final 5 balls for KKR to chase down 205 to beat the Gujarat Titans.
Incredible.
So going into the final over, they needed 29 to win, right?
Yeah, that's right. And it was Yash Dayal who was bowling. Poor dude.
Yeah.
And anyway.
He wasn't hit for 6 off the first ball, though, was he?
No. The absolute hero of this over is Umesh Yadav, who took a single off the first ball of the over.
Set up the match, didn't he? Set up the victory.
Got himself off strike. Too stressful to be there, needing that many runs. And he got himself off strike. And so that put Rinku Singh on strike for the final 5 deliveries. And just went, well, if that's all we need, another 28 runs, I can do it with 6s. Off I go.
Yeah, and he just kept hitting 6s, 5 6s in a row. I mean, there wasn't particularly good bowling. There were a lot of full tosses and stuff in there, but he didn't seem to slow him down. He just kept. How many more 6s could he have hit? Like, I reckon if they needed like 120 off 20 balls, he would have just kept hitting 6s till he got there.
Incredible.
I think he was unstoppable.
Poor old Yash Dayal, if he had to keep bowling. I mean, his figures for that game were, I think, for his 4 overs, 69 runs. I think he was set for more runs than anyone else in the series so far. And what else happened in that game?
Well, and Rashid Khan did take a hat-trick in that game, which nobody cared about.
Yeah,
it was
'cause
completely
it wasn't in that over.
Completely swamped by this 28 off 5 balls.
Yeah, that
was one crazy finish to a game. And then just like a couple of days later, we had RCB, our team.
Yeah, versus the Super Giants.
Super Giants, yes.
Scores were tied.
Well, going into the final delivery, the scores were tied.
Yeah.
And then we had Harshal Patel running into bowl, and he saw that the non-striker Ravi Bishnoi had left his ground slightly early.
Yeah,
So
that's what you do when the scores are tied.
Yep. So what did he try and do?
He was a complete hero. He tried to man-cat him as he ran past the stumps. And here's where insufficient man-cats becomes a big problem.
Yep.
Because he had a complete air swing and did not manage to connect at all.
I'm not quite sure how you can miss the stumps as you're running into bowl. I guess he was a last-minute decision from him to try and do it, and his arm was just out of reach of the stumps. Anyway, he completely missed them.
This is why they should do it more often.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're out of practice, you're never going to be able to hit the stumps doing a mancad. Don't do the mancad in the pressure situation. Do it in a whole lot of low pressure situations to practice it.
Yeah, don't wait till the final ball before you have a crack at it.
No.
So anyway, after he missed it, he the batter was still miles out of his crease, so he turned around and tried to throw the stumps down, but the umpires had called dead ball by then. It was all pretty much done. So of course he had to come in and bowl the last ball again, and he bowled he could have done another mancad because the downfield non-striker was out of his crease again, but he decided, I'm probably just going to miss again and really embarrass myself. So he bowled a normal delivery, got a perfect Yorker under the batter, Avish Khan. He missed it, but it went through to the wicketkeeper Dinesh Karthik, who somehow fumbled the ball and missed stopping the match-winning bye. So yeah, that was a crazy end to a game.
Yeah, wrong keeper, wrong bowler in that situation.
Yeah, everyone not quite coordinated enough to win that game.
That's right.
Can't mancad.
Can't keep.
And of course, the other highlight of that game was that there was a ramp for 6 that also ended up with the batter being out, hit wicket. And again, this was the IPL needs to separate out these crazy things that are taken. Don't put them all in the one game. No one's going to care about a hit wicket ramped 6 if there's a missed mancad in the same game. Spread them out so that we can have crazy things every morning, not just multiple crazy things.
Yeah. Well, even better, did you know there's a player in the IPL called Mancad?
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. His name's Prerak Mancad, PN Mancad, and sadly, he's only, I think, played one match because he keeps being put in as the 12th, 13th because of too many other players.
But he could substitute in at a crucial moment, right?
Yeah, well, he's taken a catch. He subbed in, took a catch in one of the matches. So I think he needs to be the... How frightening would that be? If subbing in a guy called Mancad, I reckon that would really put the opposition on their toes.
Definitely need to work on that. Yeah,
Yep.
Get him in there as a professional.
So I think he plays for LSG. I think he plays for the Super Giants. So use him a bit more often as your special substitute or whatever they're called.
Yeah. So we did also have your bets.
They're not going that well. I'll tell you about them. I had 2 bets on Maxwell for RCB.
Mm-hmm.
First up, for him to be the top run scorer in RCB. He's been completely foiled by Virat Kohli and Faf. If they just stop making runs, because he's third, he's overall 28th on the run scoring table, and Faf's above him, so is Kohli. And he's batting third some of the time. He's on 100 runs. He got a 59. He's doing pretty well. And anyway, unfortunately, Kohli's on 214. I don't know what Faf is, but they need to just stop.
Yeah, well, they open, right? So they get an advantage. I assume that's reflected in the odds.
Yeah, come on, do better, bowlers.
How's it going with the top bowling?
Well,
has he taken a wicket?
No, he hasn't taken a wicket.
So he's equal, whatever.
He's equal. Yeah. Anyway, Siraj in that team has taken 7. I don't know if he's going to catch him.
No, probably not.
That was definitely a big outside. That was at 51 to 1.
Okay.
That was a very big outsider. Mark Wood has 11 wickets in another team completely. So has Rashid Khan. So they're motoring along. Mark Wood's having a fantastic season.
Yep. So you've got a bet on him and Rashid?
No, I've got a bet on Kuldeep Yadav.
Oh, that's right.
I have not got a bet on those people. They're just doing well. Kuldeep is 24th on that table. He's taken 4 wickets. He could get up there. He's doing well. He's playing at least. More than I can say for whoever I have the top run scorer for the tournament.
Oh, that was Quinton, was it?
Yeah, Quinton de Kock for LSG. Has not even had a game.
Oh, that's
5 games in, yeah. And unfortunately, because Nicholas Puran, the keeper, keeps playing extraordinarily well, so I don't think de Kock's going to get a game. So please, everyone out there, if you have sympathy for my bets, you need to injure Puran, and you also Kohli and Faf. Thank you very much.
Please support capitalism by checking out these sponsors.
All right, in the past week or so, I've finished writing my new book, which will be out later in the year. Yes, which means I'll be restarting my newsletter, which you may or may not recall is where I just write something, a fresh piece of comedy every Friday. It used to be hosted on Review, which was owned by Twitter, but the Mad King Elon Musk has shut down Review, so I've moved it over to Substack.
He'll shut that down too.
Probably. He's doing his best, I think. He's trying to hide links that go to Substack because crazy, mildly crazy. Anyway, so if you want to subscribe to the newsletter, you're going to have to go to danlipke.substack.com.
And this is not, we promise this newsletter, it's not called Friday Funnies.
No, it's not.
You know that thing, that person you block at work who insists upon sending out a Friday funny? It's much better than that. So don't block this one.
Yes, so it's previous installments have been things like the Pat Cummins Guide to Handsomely Doing Cryptic Crosswords, Netflix series called Lehman and the Demon, and other weird stuff. A Mr. Men comic featuring Mr. Warner. It's all very silly, and it's all 100% free. So danlipke.substack.com. Go sign up now.
Let's play. Are you smarter than a 5th grade cricketer?
Here we are in the quiz. Are you smarter than a 5th grade cricketer? I reckon I am. But Dan is going to test me out, I think, with a quiz today.
Yes. So as part of the research for the book I just finished, a kind of a very minor element, I did some I was doing some research into like the number 1 ranked batters and bowlers over history, and according to the official ICC rankings, which have weren't around in 1877, but they have backdated them. So we ended up with 72 batters who were ranked number 1 at some point, according to these rankings, and 75 bowlers. That's men batters and bowlers, of course, because women don't play enough tests to even have a ranking, which is pretty sad.
That's very sad.
Yes. Anyway, I finished doing the research, and I used those lists, and I made a quiz over on Sporkle, and a whole heap of people went over there and attempted to see how many of these 72 batters and 75 bowlers they could guess. And while I was checking out the stats of this quiz,
what was the highest number that someone guessed?
I think some people cheated. I think the
really never.
No, on the internet. Yeah. No, I think the highest number that I felt legitimate was 56 out of 72, which is pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Anyway, the thing that caught my eye as I was looking at the stats of the quiz, there were 6 batters that people guessed more often than Bradman was guessed.
Oh, this is a better stat than the 72 batters.
Yes.
For sure.
Yes. So Bradman held the number 1 ranking for about 2 decades.
Yeah,
Basically, he got it in 1932, and I think there was 1 month where he slipped down and then jumped straight back up again. He must have had
no one bet on Bradman in those days.
No.
It was a very poor bet.
Very, very bad bet. Anyway, apparently, according to people who took the quiz, people think that there are 6 batters more likely to have made the number 1 ranking than Bradman. So what I used ChatGPT was, our good friend ChatGPT.
Right. This is the most complicated quiz ever. I have no idea what I'm going to have to do at the end of this.
So we've got 6 batters allegedly better than Bradman. And because they must be like superheroic batters, I asked ChatGPT to come up with a superhero description for each member of these 6 batters. And all you have to do is use the description I give you to determine the secret identity, i.e. the name of the cricketer. And so I'm going to give it to you in 2 levels. So I'll give you the superhero description first, and if you can get it from that, you get 2 points.
Right.
And if I give you the superhero name, which is usually like a clue to their nickname, based on their nickname, I think is how ChatGPT did it, you'll get 1 point, and if you can't get it after all that, you get 0 points.
Okay, so I get 2 guesses each.
2 guesses, all right. So here's the first superhero. Here's his description. A superhero of unconventional genius and a touch of eccentricity. His quirky approach to problem solving and ability to see the world from different angles make him a valuable asset to his team of crime fighters. Who might that be?
I'd like to think that was Glenn Maxwell.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure Glenn is on
Makes
the list.
the list. All right, give me the
Okay,
nickname.
the nickname is The Streak.
The Streak.
That's a good superhero name, right?
It is. And of course, these aren't going to be old cricketers because there were guesses.
Yes.
So it's not going to be, Sir Jack Hobbs or something like that.
No, it's not Hobbs.
And I already know one of them will be Virat Kohli, but I don't think it's this one. Unconventional genius and a touch of eccentricity. It could be Virat Kohli. Maybe I'll guess Virat Kohli.
No, it's not Virat Kohli. Yeah, of course, it is Stephen Smith.
Oh, of course, it's Steve
Smith. Very, very eccentric, very quirky.
Yeah. The Streak.
The Streak is like a smudge. So I think that's where ChatGPT's gone with.
Of course.
Yes.
These are much better nicknames than the cricketers come up themselves. I think we should get ChatGPT
to do all the nicknames.
Do all of the nicknames and all of the sledges.
Yep, I'm for that.
That'll be a future segment.
So you're zero
oh dear.
out of 1 so far.
There's 6 coming though.
6 coming, 5 to go. Clue number 2, superhero number 2. A superhero of unwavering determination, mental strength and focus. Despite facing seemingly insurmountable challenges, his ability to bounce back from setbacks make him a formidable opponent against any criminal. Unwavering determination. Focus.
Mental strength and focus. I think this one's Virat Kohli.
You're just going to answer Virat Kohli to all of them?
Yeah, well, until I get it right.
No, that's not correct. Do you want to receive the nickname?
Yeah, nickname.
Okay,
please.
the superhero name is The Source.
Oh, this one has to be Joe Root.
It is Joe Root, yes.
I'm getting I'm on the same wavelength
The source
now.
is the root,
GPT,
yes.
the root, the source.
Yes.
That is so great.
So
These are such good nicknames.
Yeah, so he faces insurmountable challenges of having to captain England when they were shit. So
Should have guessed it from that.
Yeah. All right, so I'll give you 1 point for that. So you're 1 point out of a possible 4.
Uh-oh.
All right, here we go. A superhero embodies fierce determination, aggression, and passion. His fearless approach to challenges, fiery competitiveness, and uncompromising standards of excellence ensure that when he sets his sights on a target, he pursues it with unrelenting ferocity until justice is served.
Oh, my God. I have to really exclude bowlers here because this is a batting list, right?
This is definitely the batting list.
So it can't be, Shane Warne. And plus it can't be him because he would probably be on the other side, the dark side.
Probably, yes.
Anyway, I'm going to say this one has to be Virat Kohli.
This one is Virat Kohli, yes. You get the full marks for the fierce determination, aggression, and passion.
What's...
his nickname?
Yeah.
The superhero name is the Passionate Prince.
Oh, how do you get that?
I think it's like from King Kohli. I think Prince King. I think it's something regal.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not quite sure that's as good a nickname. Anyway, the Passionate Prince, you get 2 points for that. So that's 3 out of a possible 6.
Oh.
So 50-50. All right, next one. A superhero who embodies humility and discipline. With exceptional hand-eye coordination and mental toughness, he uses his cricketing skills to fight crime and keep his city safe. Humility and discipline. Exceptional hand-eye coordination and mental toughness.
I think this is Viv Richards.
No, it's not Viv Richards. Do you want the superhero name?
Yeah.
This is the Miniature Maestro.
Oh, and this is Sachin.
It is Sachin, yes. The Little Master. The
Miniature Maestro. Oh, that's great.
Yes. So Sachin Tendulkar, yes.
Oh, fantastic.
So that's another
I could
point.
have guessed, Miniature Maestro could have been Viv Richards too.
It could have been, yep. Anyway, I think that takes you to 4 out of a possible 8 points.
Yeah, just hanging in there.
All right, so 2 to go. A superhero full of competitiveness, resilience and leadership. His strategic thinking, quick decision-making and fearless attitude make him a formidable opponent for any criminal.
Okay, I think this is... I feel like these descriptions are all the same after a while.
But they're very similar.
Discipline. This is Alan Border.
This is not Alan Border, no. Superhero competitiveness, resilience and leadership. His superhero name is The Speculator.
Could that be The Gambler?
Yeah, you're pretty close.
I think it's Ricky Ponting.
It is the punter, Ricky Ponting.
The punter.
The Speculator, yes.
Oh, that's such a great nickname.
The Speculator. Good work, ChatGPT. 5 out of 10. So I think you've got to get this one just from the description to get above average or above a 50% mark. All right, here we go. A superhero who embodies humility, selflessness, and kindness. He leads by example, showing that true strength comes from within and inspires others to follow in his footsteps. With his calm and collected nature, he brings peace to even the most chaotic situations, earning the admiration and respect of all who know him.
Did ChatGPT really write that?
Yeah.
Because there's only been one of the Fantastic Four that we haven't mentioned yet, or the Fabulous Four.
Yep.
So, I was going to say, well, this is definitely not, Chris Gale. It's definitely not, I don't know who, Garfield Sobers.
No.
It could have been Garfield Sobers from that description, but I'm going to go with Kane Williamson.
It is definitely the Gentle Guardian.
Oh, the Gentle Guardian.
Kane Williamson, yes.
Oh,
so there you go. So, all right, you get 2 points for that, which I think gives you a total score of 7 out of 12, which I think we'll say makes you smarter than a fifth grade cricketer.
That's average, yeah.
So, yes, congratulations to those 6 superheroes, all better than Bradman.
Can't bowl, can't throw, coming live. Thanks for tuning in and taking your time. The underappreciated act of the week, the funniest and crazy plays of the week. Who is gonna join the honorary board? The #1 Scott Moeller Award.
Here we go with the Mullah, which is underappreciated acts in cricket, or really just stupid things people do.
Yeah.
In addition to what we've already talked about in the IPL that bring us endless mullahs, we've got another 3 or 4 nominations here, and some of them have come from county cricket because, of course, it's still, -5 or something over in England, so they've started county cricket there
Might
with
as well,
their
massive
jumpers
IPL
on.
Starts,
and
county cricket starts.
Yep.
Let's go. Yes. So I think the first one we've got here is Hampshire and Nottinghamshire, who took their tea break with scores level. So scores were level.
Off we go for a scone.
Hampshire needed just one run to win. Off they went. Time for a tea break. They had 20 minutes off, presumably. Had the scone. Probably had, a nice relaxing cup of tea to settle the nerves.
Yeah.
And then came back out and Hampshire hit the winning run. But yeah, that's very cricket, isn't it?
That's right. No talk of strategy. That would have been the most relaxing tea break ever. No need for ice baths.
Yep.
No need for any strategy talk. It's just we know who's going to win. Let's just have some pikelets.
Yeah, they might as well. They might have even shared the dressing rooms and just had
have one of my cucumber sandwiches, a thermos of tea.
Yep. All right. So that was the first one from county cricket.
And the second one over in Cardiff, we had rain. Oh, who knew?
England.
Rain delayed the start of play, and then when the rain cleared, the hover cover was out there in the middle, and they tried to take the covers off, and the hover cover just spat the dummy and just broke and just sat there.
Yep.
And that delayed everything, and they had to, I presume, they had to get like lots of strong men to come and drag it off.
Yeah. So it was just sitting there at mid-on or something.
Incredible.
Just stuck there. Yeah. So good work from the hover cover. It decided, it was going to take the entire morning session off, I guess.
Robots are not going to take over cricket anytime soon.
Well, they could stop cricket. I'm not sure they could start it yet.
Yes.
I still maintain my ongoing policy about hover covers is that they should be pronounced so that both words rhyme. And I don't care which word changes description, but one of them should. And as soon as that happens,
the hover cover,
or the
hover cover.
Hover cover.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure if we say it with an American accent, it would automatically rhyme. We're not going to try that.
Hover cover.
Well, maybe you are going to try it.
Yep. All right. Next, we had Ben Stokes.
Ben Stokes giving Ben Stokes hypothetical Ashes possibilities. I'm not sure who asked him, but the hypothetical scenario Ben Stokes was given was if on the last day of a test, you're 300 ahead, 3 wickets down, 2-1 up in the Ashes. And you just need a draw, of course, and then you walk off with the Ashes. But are you declaring or are you batting on? What are you going to do, Ben Stokes? What are you going to do?
And Ben Stokes just replied, I'd declare, because of course he did. He's very, very much embracing the whole Bazball ethos. I think this is the perfect way to properly analyse Bazball.
Yes.
So we know now that if they're 300 ahead with a day to play, he doesn't care. He'll risk the Ashes to try and get another win. So, then the journalists need to get in on this. All right, what about 200 ahead? What about 100 ahead? 10 ahead? 1 ahead? Like, they need to narrow it down. They need to spend their entire time just trying to probe the Stokes Bazball threshold. And I can think of no nobler scientific pursuit than that.
That's right. 4 bowlers out with gastro and only the under 12s available to sub.
Yep.
Are you still batting on?
Yep.
Or are you declaring?
Yeah, we can define the entire boundaries of Bazball with all these hypothetical scenarios, and I think we should be doing that. All right, our next nomination is Glenn Maxwell.
Oh, great.
Well, not Glenn himself, but his new thing called Catch Max 32, which is described as the ultimate GMaxi_32 fan experience, giving you exclusive VIP access to Glenn Maxwell, his sponsors, and much more.
How much have you ever wanted to have access to Glenn Maxwell's sponsors?
I'm not even sure who Glenn's sponsors are, so hopefully there was someone very exciting.
We have no idea what this is.
But I'm as long as doesn't involve NFTs, I'm interested. I'm willing to explore Catch Max 32.
We have not investigated it. I just retweeted it without even looking at it. Yeah, it's the most vague promise ever, and hopefully it just means you have to buy stuff from his sponsors.
I thought one possibility might be, Catch Max 32. Maybe it's like Catch and Kiss. Did you ever play Catch and Kiss in the schoolyard when you were young?
Yes, that's a terrible game. I'm sure it's now outlawed.
Almost certainly. So, but I like the idea of trying to have to, if you catch Glenn Maxwell, you get to give him a little kiss. So I'm assuming that's what Catch Max 32 is.
Yeah, I think so. We'll find out, and then we'll never ever tell anyone. Or maybe we'll never bother to find out.
Yes.
It's more fun before we know.
Yes. All right, I have one more late-breaking nomination here.
Go.
I've got Brendan McCullum is being investigated for appearances in online betting advertisements. So the ECB is probing if his appearance in, one of the 10 zillion betting companies in the world. The ECB is trying to decide whether that's a breach of their anti-corruption rules. Now, I'm not 100% sure I understand what the problem is. I mean, unless he's offering odds on the scenarios under which Ben Stokes will declare,
Yes.
I don't see the problem.
I thought it was mandatory for every cricketer to be in betting ads. I didn't realise there was a cricketer that wasn't in one.
Yep. Well, apparently it's an issue. They're investigating. Anyway, if he is offering odds on when Ben Stokes will declare, that's important scientific work, as we've discussed. So I think let it go. What's the matter? It's Bazball, baby.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Bazball.
All right. Who wins the Muller Award this week?
Who wins? I think Ben Stokes has to win.
Ben Stokes, yes.
Yeah.
Ben Stokes for his insane bravado. Let's keep it going, Ben. Let's carry it on all the way through to the Ashes. Looking forward to it. I think that ends our episode, right?
Yes, that's all we have time for. You've been listening to Dan Liebke and Kat Jones. Dan's at Lieb Cricket and I am at CricketBackCat. And we are on Mastodon as well. You can find us over there.
Yes, same usernames. You can also find Can't Bowl Throw is the Twitter handle for the podcast. And you can also find us on Facebook. Just search for Can't Bowl, Can't Throw. And we will see you all next week.
Sports Social Podcast Network.
In a dizzying news cycle, The Guardian Weekly magazine is filled only with the week's most essential, independent and award-winning news. And right now, we're offering you 12 issues for just $12. You'll discover our hand-picked global news stories, long reads, opinion, lifestyle and culture. Try out a subscription today by visiting theguardian.com/theguardianweekly. Offer is 12 issues for $12, followed by a quarterly subscription of $108, which you can cancel anytime. Offer ends 16th July 2023. Open to Australian residents aged 18+. For full terms and conditions, visit theguardian.com/weekly terms.
But you can't bowl and you can't throw. I'm just telling you what everybody knows. Absolute sense. You put down all the talent that's hit you out of the ground. Don't ask one, it was Karen and Joe. So you can't bowl and you can't throw.
In a week where scathingly satirical TV drama Succession made reference to scathingly satirical cricket format The 100, this is Can't Bowl, Can't Throw.
The 100 is Substack meets Masterclass meets The Economist meets The New Yorker.
I feel like we said iconic and you guys are leaning ironic.
Oh, that has to be a little soundbite that we play every single episode. That's so great.
It may take over our previous The 100 jingle. I think it's much better. You're here with Kat Jones and Dan Liebke, and as mentioned, that was a clip from the TV show Succession. You don't watch Succession, do you,
I have
Kat?
no idea what it's about.
Yeah, so it's basically this drama on HBO. So it's very prestigious and it satirises billionaires, in particular the Murdochs. And it's about, there's these three awful children and one of them will succeed their awful patriarch in running a multi-billion-dollar media empire. So it's very funny, but it's very offbeat. And anyway, the opening scene of the first episode of the fourth season featured that clip, which was about the branding of a new business that they called The 100, which tickled me quite a lot.
You did well to spot that one.
Yes, well, I kind of left out all the mindless jargon. I'm pretty sure it was a recreation of how the ECB came up with the format, right?
Yeah, I think so. And they just needed the meets cricket.
Yeah,
You're right.
Chuck beats cricket on the end. Yeah, the piggyback off the buzz of Succession. The other interesting fact is the name of the family in Succession, so the Murdoch equivalent, is the Roys. So I'm assuming Jason Roy is the secret power behind the 100, and so therefore I'm expecting a lot more cash to flow into the 100 this summer.
Well, that's a good theory.
Anyway, it's the final season of Succession, and no word yet on whether it's the final season of the 100.
This is the part of the show where we discuss the cricket news of the week.
Lots of stuff going on in the world of cricket, but we just have time to cover Australia's ODI tour of India. Actually, there's not much going on. in the world of cricket.
Really. No, it's very, very lackluster. But anyway, there was a tour of India, an ODI tour. They sent a few test players home, dragged a few white ball 4 players over there. And Australia actually won this series 2-1, which is a little bit hard to believe.
It is extremely hard to believe.
We didn't see an awful lot of it, though, did we? They weren't at particularly convenient times. One of the matches was very convenient, right?
Well, one of the matches was convenient, and it also ended quickly.
Yes. So we didn't have to stay up too late to watch that one. So, yeah, that was the second match. That was the best one if you were back in Australia trying to watch. That was the one where Australia bowled India out in 26 overs for just 117 runs. And then Travis Head and Mitchell Marsh came out and just decided to thump India around a bit, and they ran the total down in 11 overs. So, yeah, a game of cricket that took place in around 40 overs. I wonder if there's something there.
They may be onto something, yeah. And that was very convenient for us. And we saw, well, maybe we still went to bed before the end of it.
I think I still went. Travis Head and Mitchell Marsh were pretty much had it under control. So you go, have fun, guys. I'm off to bed. I'm tired.
Yeah, and the other two games went a bit longer and made them earn their money. So India thrashed Australia in the first match, right? They bowled them out for 190 odd. Yep. Chased it down easily.
Yeah, and then the third game, Australia made 289 and managed to defend it. It was apart from that, it was not a particularly interesting series. We had David Warner came back after he went home during the Test series. He came back for the ODI series.
Why did he go home?
He had a broken arm or something.
All the facts brought to you by Can't Bowl, Can't Throw.
Yep. So anyway, he came back, but he did come back and just watch the first two games. He just was a spectator happily. Oh yeah, this looks like fun. Travis and Mitch.
Bring out the drinks.
Yep. I might just contemplate retirement a bit more seriously with you two up the top of the order, smashing things everywhere. But he did come out in the third match. He had a hit at 4, which was a little bit unusual, I think. I don't think there are very few games where he hasn't opened.
No, that's right. It is unusual. Anyway, a good rehearsal for him for what I presume he'd rather be doing, which is the IPL or whatever.
I guess so. Yeah, might as well just stay over there.
But we were delighted, weren't we, that Glenn Maxwell back in the side.
Glenn Maxwell made his comeback, although he did the reverse of Warner. So Warner missed the first 2 and played the last one. Maxwell played the first one, then missed the next 2. I don't think he'd fully recovered from his leg injury. So, it's in retrospect, maybe they both should have just been named in the second match because they weren't needed to bat. It was just Mitch Marsh and Travis Head.
It's the sort of thing you do in junior sport to qualify someone for the grand final.
Yep. So maybe something to look at for Australia going forward. I guess the other highlight was poor old Sky, right?
Yes, Yadav, a hat trick of golden ducks, and this is not great preparation for him for the IPL. No. He's usually pretty good in the short format, but he had an absolute mare of a series.
Yeah. So twice out to Mitchell Starc first ball, just Starc doing his big fully pitched Yorker thing, and poor old Yadav had no answer. And then in the third match, it was Agar who did it. So there's no truth, however, to the rumour that the BCCI is petitioning the ICC to ban left-handed Australians from bowling. So a shame, because that would be my go-to excuse if the BCCI banned me.
Yes, indeed.
At the moment, I have no excuse for why I don't play for Australia.
Well, it's a good theory again. We've got full of good theories, and we will have a segment on the IPL shortly, but SKY doesn't seem to have harmed his chances. He's still right up there in the betting. He's gonna do well.
Excellent. Good preview for our next segment, which will come after this ad break.
Please support capitalism by checking out these sponsors.
All right, this episode is sponsored once again by my wasted review of cricket for 2022/2023, and that's now available on Amazon. So you can buy it from Amazon, or you can get it from my online web store if you want an autographed edition. So it's a 230-page book covering all the matches I watched in the summer of 2022-23. So it's the T20 World Cup for the men, India v Pakistan, South Africa and West Indies tour of Australia, the Women's T20 World Cup, and England's overseas tours of Pakistan and New Zealand. So you can get it in either printed form, like a real paper book that you can put on a bookshelf, or you can get it in ebook form. Both of those are available at your local Amazon store if you search for Dan Lipke's Wasted Review.
And if you've been following Dan on Twitter, you'll see he's been sending out little snippets of his Wasted Review from time to time, and I was particularly tickled by the time that Cricket Australia challenged us all to become pirates by asking us to present a gold coin donation to get into the ground. And that was just one moment of one day of one test in the past year, which is just depicted in eloquent, extended, absurdist metaphor by Dan. Yes. And you cannot miss out on this Wasted Review.
Yes, and if you do want an autographed copy, head over to leaguecricket.com/store and I will sort you out.
Hi, Bet with Mates Betticut hotline.
Hi there. I'd like to talk about certain Bet with Mates group members' punting techniques.
Oh, yes, that old chestnut.
I mean, Larry, he loves a roughie.
Long shot Larry. Common species.
And there's Ron. If they're even money, they're too long.
Odds on Ron. I know the type.
Do I say something?
Sir, a Bet with Mates group is all about balance.
Balance.
Yeah, the balance of the group. So you've got shorties and long shots covered, right?
Right.
So if you punt somewhere in between, you're sorted.
Oh, I feel so much better.
Me too, sir. Me too.
Bet with Mates, the easiest way to bet together from Sportsbet.
You win some, you lose more. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
I was approached by a man who I later discovered to be a bookmaker from India. I was fined $10,000 and paid my fine immediately. I realised and accept fully that my actions were naive and stupid. I realised that I was very naive and stupid.
Well, here we are. We're back in Cat's Gambling Corner for the first time in a while, right?
That's right. I've dusted off the old betting apps that I only look at once a year when the IPL comes around. I didn't bet on the WPL.
Yes.
But anyway, let's talk about the WPL
Yeah,
first,
so-
because that was a fantastic debut season.
Yeah, it was great. The Mumbai Indians ended up the winners of the tournament. They finished top of the table alongside the Delhi Capitals. They finished even, and therefore those two teams did end up playing in the final, which was good for them. Meg Lanning's Delhi.
And it was a close final too. It was a good finish.
Well, it was an interesting final because Meg Lanning's Delhi side, they made 9 for 131 batting first, and then Harmanpreet's Mumbai side, they had only three balls to spare when they ran it down. They did have 7 wickets in hand, so it was kind of hard to tell. Like it was the kind of match where if they just lost a wicket or two in those last few overs, the pressure could have really been on them.
You definitely don't want to leave it to the last over
No.
in any game, but that makes it better for the fans who are watching.
Exactly.
It was at a dodgy time of night for us.
Yeah,
as
yeah,
always
as
with
always.
these WPL, IPL games.
Yeah, I think my highlight of the final was that both captains were run out, which I think is an interesting trick from both of them. There were no Australians in the Mumbai side, so a bit of a treat for them to finally beat a Lanning captain side. So they would have appreciated that, I think.
I think that's actually really symbolic of the way cricket's going, don't you think? That there were some internationals in there, you know, Nat Sivabrunt, Amelia Kerr, but it just feels like this is the end of an era for Australia. If the team without Australians wins, I like it.
We've had a good run following the Australian women. Anyway, some of the stars for the tournament were Lanning scored the most runs. She scored 345 runs. Sophie Devine hit the most sixes. She hit 13 sixes in total during the tournament. 8 of them came in one innings. She hit 99 off 36 balls. Absolutely terrifying.
That is insane.
That was the highest score of the tournament as well. So no one scored a century. I like the fact that she was on 99. She didn't try to pick up the single. She just still kept trying to smash it everywhere.
Fantastic.
Great work from Sophie Devine. Hayley Matthews and Sophie Eccleston were the top wicket takers with 16 apiece. And Izzy Wong, some mentions for Izzy Wong. She took a hat trick.
Wonderful.
And Hayley Matthews was voted the most valuable player of the tournament.
Yeah, really wonderful tournament. We're looking forward to next year and bigger and brighter things, and hold it at a better time for Australians. We want to watch it.
Let's put it on at a decent time.
Yeah.
Anyway, the Australian players at least now move on to the Ashes. The women's Ashes squad was just named with Phoebe Litchfield, the inclusion, the teenager.
Fantastic.
Give a teenager a run in the Ashes, why not?
Yeah.
And that starts the 22nd of June. The test is actually the first one this time. It's the test first, then the T20s and the ODIs.
Yeah, that's a good way of doing it. And it's going to come around faster than we think. It's imminent now.
I hope so, because at the moment it feels like 3 months away, right?
Yeah.
Almost 3 months away. But anyway, we do have the IPL to fill in time between then, so probably time for you to give us a bit of an IPL preview.
Yeah, the IPL starts in the next couple of days, end of March, start of April.
Oh, but before you start,
yeah.
I've got some breaking news here.
Okay.
Namaste, India. I've got some exciting news for you. I'm joining IPL 2023. Yes, that's right. I'm joining an exceptional and passionate team in India.
Oh, jeez.
There we go. That's Steve Smith, full of enthusiasm and natural talent in front of the camera, just sending out a message to everybody.
Gee, it was such a complex message. I mean, he couldn't have memorised it. He had to read it.
Yeah. I want him to do this kind of thing before the Ashes as well. I want him to go, "G'day, Australia. I've got some exciting news for you. I'm joining Ashes 2023. Yes, that's right. I'm joining an exceptional...
And we're back.
Hey, hi everybody.
Hi, Shelley.
It's been a while.
Indeed it has.
Hi, Ben. Oh, I think we got some lag. But yes.
Can't hear you, Ben.
We just producer had me
It's
muted.
just me
Is
and
that
you,
okay?
Messi.
No.
Yes, that's
you're
better.
back.
That's better.
Yeah. So how's it going? I saw you both this morning, in the morning session, and it was a bit of a slow start to the morning, but then things picked up just before lunch.
Yeah, it was an exciting session, England's session, I think, with those late wickets, and
yeah,
not many Australians didn't really push the score along as much as they would have wanted. So if England can take 3 or 4 wickets this session, they'd almost fancy themselves of chasing down a total.
Yeah, and the encouraging thing is that, you know, there's something happening with the ball, particularly in terms of swing. There was a bit of cutting off the wicket for that first wicket, but it's certainly been moving, and there's a bit of turn there as well. So I think the chances of result are looking pretty good.
Yeah, and there was 2 drop catches as well, and a Mooney edge right where first slip would have been. So there was plenty going on, which, yeah, I'm not sure if it was just better bowling. Definitely Filer looked like she sort of turned the pace up, and she was really charging in, and Siva Brunt was getting the ball to do all sorts of things too. So
you're on ball by ball, Shelley?
Yeah.
Yes, I am, and I'm just actually busy looking. I think there's a delay, so hopefully I keep more or less in time with you guys. But I'm actually quite surprised that we're starting with spin. I didn't expect that after the break. I was expecting either Cross or Filer to come in. So yeah, Eccleston looks like she's going to be taking the ball after lunch. So yes, so otherwise, how have you both been? It's been a while since I've been doing commentary, so...
Good. So there hasn't been a ball bowled yet for you, is that right?
No, it's about to be bowled.
Oh, we'll
And
have
this
to
is
restrain ourselves. Yeah.
Indeed you will. So, yes, it's just been bowled, and it's just gone just deep backward of point for a single.
We're probably one ball ahead of you, but we'll just restrain ourselves, like you said.
You'll have to, because I think between the UK, Australia, something's happening in the sky.
It's okay. At least the skies are clear, which were...
Oh, it's hot as hell here. So yeah. Short sleeves for sure. On the side, very, very humid. And next ball is bowled just outside of the off stump, put into the covers, slightly misfielded. But let's have a look. No run.
I can tell you it's 29.7 at Trent Bridge and 42% humidity, but no sign of thunder.
Yeah. So for me, just watching this test has been really remarkable, just in terms of women's cricket. So for me, it's been really exciting. So Eccleston in on the stumps, just defended away onto the leg side, no run. And for you, Ben, how did you find this morning in terms of the session? You're saying it was really England's session.
Yeah, I felt the Australians just couldn't quite get away with the run rate, and England tied them down, and taking 3 wickets. I think, yeah, England would be well pleased with that, and it's given them a shot at sort of pushing the game ahead into their favour, rather than just waiting for a declaration.
Yeah, next ball was in. Johansson just blocked it into the covers, no run for that. What I'm also finding quite interesting is the way in which they're trying to attack now, particularly after lunch. Hopefully, we're not just going to have spin. Hopefully, one of the fast bowlers come in from the other side. So next ball is bowled, just defended, no run.
In Australia.
Messi, do you have anything for us to catch up with that happened over lunch in the social?
Well, there is. I'll wait till there's one more ball to go for you, isn't there?
Yeah, one more. Eccleston in. And once again, just defended onto the offside. No run.
Well,
and
before lunch, Mog tweeted in that Warner's jingle is just 10 minutes of me screaming, "You fuck." To which Angelic Scooters has replied, "Well, to be fair, I'd pay for that."
Can't wait for the second test to hear that one.
The T-Boy, aka George Newman, has actually written a mog saying, "This particular cadre of gorillas don't remember me personally. I know it's my fault, but could you please use your big name manager to repeat my questions and make them respond to me? Much love, George." Yeah, I haven't seen any of yours previously today, George. Oh. Yeah, okay, I'll do that one after this over.
Yeah, I'm quite happy that it looks like Fila's going to be coming in after lunch. I think she was really doing well just before the break.
Yeah, I'm happy with this too. She was making something happen every ball almost.
Exactly, and I think this morning session when we saw that ball from cross dart in from well outside the off stump, I think, I think it's been a good into the session. But yes, just having a look on this side, definitely continue with this. I actually thought these two, the pairing of Eccleston and Fila, were the most attacking of the pairings. So Fila in. Oh, just down the leg side. No run through to the keeper.
Yeah, I'd like to get your thoughts on this, you two, but it's Australia in a bit of a interesting position. If they just sort of keep plodding along like they were and get to the end of the day, it's almost not quite enough of a total. If they're, say, 300, 350 ahead, it's almost a bit of a risk to declare, whereas if they had gone along a bit quicker, they could have almost got up to a lead of 350 or tried to push towards 400. So at the moment they're in that tricky position where they're probably a bit in two minds. They don't want to go out, but they,
Yeah, so that was Fala into Moody, just defended, no run. So I totally agree, because when the day started, it was 100 for without loss, and I thought they were in such a commanding position, Australia. I thought they would have pushed on a bit, and it's almost just 58 runs in that last session, and I think they're almost allowing England slowly back in again, because I really do think they had it all. So that was Fila back in again, pitched a bit wide, just pushed into the covers, no run.
And for the sake of the test match, even though I am an Australian, it would almost be better, I think, for the game holistically if Australia was to get bowled out, and just for whatever they make, rather than, potentially, there's always a potential that, you can go too conservative and keep batting into day 5, and then it's kind of a bit easier for England to potentially bat out a draw. But if there's a few more wickets this session, and I think it'll be far more interesting for the game.
So Fila back in again to Mooney, just started behind backward a square for a single. Totally agree, because one of the things I was looking at this morning was the percentage of draws that happen in women's test cricket, and I think it's much higher, the percentage, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if I've got numbers on this, but the idea being that women's cricket seem to get, particularly the test, a lot of draws compared to wins or losses compared to the men's game. I'm not sure if that was something.
I think that's right. I think it's contributed to by the fact that most of the tests have not been 5 days long as well.
Yeah. So Eccles, Fila in to Johansson, just defended back to Fila, no run.
The thing that struck me most about Australia, both this morning and in the first innings, was that they were allowing Eccleston to totally dictate the terms. There was no sign of any attempt to hit her off a length, to go down the wicket to her, just waiting to get to the over at the other end and hope there were some bad balls, which there were a lot of in the first innings, but not so much in this innings. And I think that's been a mistake, because the really attacking fields that Eccleston's been able to set have just restricted them so much, and there's been very little sign of intent on their part when she's been bowling.
And that was Fila into, if I'm not mistaken, Johansson, and she's just hit it for 4 through the leg side. Really nice shot. Hopefully that's a sign of things to come, with whether it's good or bad for either side. I think just moving it on and being a bit more aggressive would be good. So yes, nice ball. So yes.
Let me know when you hit the end of an over, and then we'll know we've got a break for any tweets.
Sure thing. My coverage right now is on a little boy playing with a balloon in the stand, so I have no idea. But But yes, I'll let you know at the end of the over, Messi.
Thank you.
Right, so this is Philo coming in. Oh, no, it's a new over. Missed that. It's Eccleston into
Eccleston on again.
Mooney. Yeah, so you're going to have to wait for another one, Messi.
She gets through her overs quickly. They're about 2-minute overs, Eccleston, so you won't have to wait too long.
Yeah, definitely. But for me, it's just great for the game, the ladies' game, just to see Test cricket. I can't remember when last I saw a Test. It's a rarity. So, Eccleston in. Just defended to the leg side, no run.
And it's great they're playing at a traditional Test venue in Trent Bridge. Too, with some good crowds in, it sort of feels like a proper Test match rather than maybe at some lesser known venue where sometimes the women do play. They've put them centre stage here, which is fantastic.
Eccleston in again, attacking the pads, just defended back to Eccleston. Another thing I've also seen is, maybe it's just because I grew up in South Africa, is that the prices to be able to get entry into the ladies' tests are so much cheaper than the men's. It's actually affordable compared. It's just ridiculous to try and get anywhere near the Ashes for the men. So Eccleston in again. Played into the covers, no run.
What are we talking for a ticket to the Ashes over there? I was just from what are we talking for a ticket to the Ashes for the men and women? Is it?
It went into the hundreds of pounds in the end. So only a few people. I think they were going for around £200-400. It was ridiculous.
That's just crazy.
It's crazy, especially when you might not get a good day's play.
Eccleston in again towards the pads, just defended again by Mooney. And I think that was the thing, is just for somebody like myself who wanted to go and see the Ashes, it was just unrealistic. And I think many people who were able to get the cheaper tickets at the beginning a while ago for about the 100-150 mark, they just skyrocketed. So this is a lot more affordable. So I definitely hope that this helps with the women's game, get more crowds in. Eccleston in again, taking the pads, just defended into the leg side, no run.
What would you pay for a day at the MCG, Ben?
$50.
Yeah, that seems pretty reasonable.
Australian dollars, which
end
is
of the
how
over
many
for me,
pounds?
and Messi. End of
Excellent.
the over.
Okay, I'll go back to one the T-Boy posted before lunch. Actually, he says, I don't have pictures, but I'm reasonably sure that Siva Brunt is the lovely, spinny, all-roundy one. When you say blunt bowling, I very much think of the picture of Catherine Brunt, who was not lovely, spinny, all-roundy. She was bloody terrifying. Yeah, and I do think they miss her. Mog says, big name energy. You sure you got the right guy talking about himself? And he says, Shelley has the most expressive eyebrows in commentary, and Messi has an invisible vape whenever he holds it up, whilst Ben appears to be rocking a terrible sweater. That's a bit mean.
It is a terrible sweater. It's definitely an op shop purchase somewhere. It's very cold. It's very cold in Melbourne.
So this is Fuller back into the attack. Just played off the hip into the leg side for a single. So Mooney is now taking strike. It's not too bad. I don't think it's too bad. I've got the short sleeves on. There's no ways I'm doing sweater. I think I'd look like a tomato within seconds.
Well, it's about 4 degrees outside here, and it's in 22 inside, I'm pleased to say. People
One
have
of the very... Go for it, Messi.
People in England have this strange idea that it never gets cold in Australia.
Incorrect.
So Fuller back in, pitched a little bit wide, prodded into the offside, no run. It's fielded at it like a second gully kind of idea, quite wide, but no run.
So Mooney here, on her highest test score, 75. I wonder if she's thinking 3 figures yet, or...
Absolutely. I think she's definitely thinking about it. She's got 75 of 146 balls, and I definitely slowed up. At the beginning, I thought she was very much attacking, looking for opportunities, but it's definitely a lot more defensive, I think.
Let's hope she doesn't slow up too much, just for the sake of the game. She needs to keep things ticking over here.
Yeah, definitely for Australia, just to try and put themselves back in that ascendancy where they saw themselves this morning. Fuller back in on the leg side, tucked away off the hip down to, I'd say, yeah, to the boundary just for a single. Yeah. So so what we were talking about just a few minutes ago was just the ticket prices. So hopefully this is going to do a lot for women's cricket around the world. The more we get exposure to Test cricket, many of these players are playing for the first time a Test match. So it's just something we've never done. Even growing up for myself, you only played one days. You only played maybe 40 over games. This was a rarity. So Fuller back in again, pulled off the hip down to the boundary on the leg side for another single.
Yeah, and I think ticket sales are going pretty well for the T20s and the one days too for the women's series. So we're looking forward to some pretty full grounds for those games, which is fantastic. Someone said sort of 70,000 tickets maybe had been sold before the series started. So if we can push that up towards 100,000 across all the games, that'd be an amazing result.
Yeah,
absolutely. Fuller in again, pushed that side off and hit through to the boundary on the offside. They're coming back for 2. Very well run. I think if we ever were able to get an explosion the same way the Lionesses did for the football, I think that would be absolutely incredible. Because right now I think a lot of the cricketing fans come from Australia, England and India for the ladies game, and I think the more professional we can make women's cricket around the world, I think the better. So,
well, the women's 100 has been quite popular in England, hasn't it?
Yeah, Fuller in, very close to getting an LBW, but no, just hit down to the boundary again for a single. I think Big Bash has been also a big thing in Australia for the ladies. Many of the players play there, but also in the 100 in the UK. And for many of the girls, that's where the experience comes from, playing in those 2 big competitions. And I think, is that the end of the over?
Probably is.
Yeah, I think that might be the end of the over.
Just before lunch, or as lunch was coming, Stephen Kelt came on and said, just joining. So the question, will Australia declare and when? I suspect not till well after, probably half an hour before stump, something like that, if they last that long. And then he said, kitten time. Yeah, the kittens performed very well at lunchtime, I thought. Pokey Bumfinger says it's still not on free-to-air in the UK. They missed a trick there to raise the profile of women's cricket. Sky have done it in the past. Yeah, I think that is a pity. You know, BBC could have got it fairly cheap, I would imagine.
Yeah. So it's just Eccleston into bowl to Mooney, who's hit it through the covers for 4. Very nice shot. So it's a little bit sad that they weren't able to pick it up.
Good thing for those in Australia is that this Test match is on free-to-air TV, and every women's international game that Australia plays is on free-to-air television, which is fantastic for people in Australia. Which might have something to do with the success of the Australian women's cricket team, because they're certainly high profile in Australia, and there's a lot of young girls playing cricket.
Yes.
Eccleston into bowl again, just defended onto the offside, no run. Messi?
We're up to date with tweets. I'm assuming with Eccleston you're getting a ball every 20 seconds.
Yeah, well, it's okay. Eccleston in again, just blocked straight back to her.
Yeah, my son-in-law runs the South Perth Cricket Club, which is quite big, and the growth in the girls playing cricket, junior girls playing cricket, has been massive there, and I'm sure the BBL's a big part of that.
Eccleston in again, and once again just defended. So no run.
Yeah, so in Australia the Australian men's T20 and one day internationals are all behind a paywall on subscription, but the women's are all free to air. So try and work that out, which is probably why one day cricket and T20 internationally, at least in Australia, is almost dying. There's not very big crowds go along because no one even knows they're on.
That's right.
Yeah.
Eccleston in, just darted towards the wickets, no run, just defended. But I think that's got a lot to do about popularity, and I think as it grows, the women's game, hopefully, will be able to make use of that free-to-air across more and more countries. So
yeah. I mean, it's interesting, in England, only 1/3 of homes have access to Test cricket because of the paywall. And that would be dreadful if that happened in Australia.
Eccleston in again, just pushed into the covers. Not mistaken for a single. And that should be the end of the over.
Ravi Nair says, don't forget the WPL, which had a stellar first year. I thought WPL was just... The thing I liked about it, it was just the right length for a T20 tournament, in my view. I watched most of the IPL, but God, I was a bit tired of it by the end. But the WPL went for, what, 3 weeks? Something like that.
I think, yeah.
And it was really good standard as a result of only having a limited number of teams. And I loved it. So, yeah, I think it did a lot to promote it. But again, it was behind a paywall here, of course. And in the middle of the night if you're in Melbourne.
Yeah,
oh, gosh, yes.
I can't say I watched too much of the WPL. It was... You can't do it all.
And it looks like Kate Cross will be coming into the attack now. So change of bowling, which will be interesting because I thought after the break had actually been bowling really good length. But yeah, I think clearly they're looking for the breakthrough just to try and get even more of the ascendancy. And the Centurion hasn't even come into bat yet. So definitely needing to make inroads.
Yeah, Filer tired quite quickly in the first innings, and I think it's a good idea only to bowl her very short spells because she lost her direction a lot after the second or third over in the first innings.
So Cross on her way in, attacking the stumps and played into the covers for no run. Another thing that I also thought both watching the whole test match so far was the way in which Litchfield has played as a teenager. I think it's actually been remarkable to handle the pressure of an Ashes, and yeah, just remarkable from her.
Yeah, very unfortunate in the first innings.
Cross back in again, and to Johansson for a single into the covers, fielded on the boundary. Well, it looks like for 2, actually.
And speaking of Litchfield, Cross just persisting with that same line she was bowling this morning to Litchfield, which eventually got the wicket. Right arm around the wicket, angling it in and swinging it in. She's got a slip here and a gully, so perhaps hoping one will straighten as well as potentially coming in. So still going for the wickets, but also protection on the boundary. Just hedging her bets a bit, Heather Knight.
Cross back in again. Virtually in the same place as the previous ball, but hit out a little bit further in front of square and fielded on the boundary. I think will be 2 again. But one of the things about Cross is that she dropped that catch this morning, and I'm looking at her hand now, and it's still quite taped up from where it was hit. Luckily, it doesn't seem to have been the bowling hand. It seems to be the other hand.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's the second hit she's taken in the test. So hopefully she hasn't done too much damage.
Yeah, that was a bit rough. But it was a catch she should have caught. They didn't pay too much for it, though, in the end.
No, well, she ended up, cleaning up the mess of the dropped catch by taking the wicket almost straight away. But yeah, straight to her at short cover and just didn't quite get the hands in the position.
Cross in towards the stumps, played directly back behind the bowler, fielded, no run. Yeah, I actually just thought it was straight in and straight out, which actually made me think, I hope her hand is okay and that nothing was broken, because it looked like quite a straightforward catch. So, but yes, it looks very taped up. So hopefully it will be all right. So in terms of where we see this going forward, any thoughts on what the next change should be for England? Cross back in again. Again, just on the off stump and defended into the covers, and a shy at the stumps on the other side. Ben, any thoughts?
Yeah, I think they need to get Siva Brunt back in. She was least making things happen every ball. She bowls with a lot of variety. They might just persist with Eccleston, but I think she was making things happen. I think they just got to keep trying to get wickets, England, and however they do that, maybe a few more fielders around the bat, because they just don't want the game to drift. I mean, if they want to win the game, they might be thinking that they're happy with a draw and let the Aussies bat, but let's hope they're thinking about a win. And for the Australians, I think they should just throw caution to the wind and start playing T20 style. They bat down to number 10. They're, try and put on another 150 quickly and give themselves some options, especially if that forecast thunderstorms come. It would be a pity if they just didn't quite have enough runs to force a result, but it looks like they're sort of just re-establishing themselves after lunch.
So Cross was in for the last ball, and it was to Johansson. She just defended into the covers for no run.
Yeah, the temperature's up to 30.5 now, which by English standards is just about 3 feet from the sun.
Heat wave.
Yeah, and it doesn't even tell you the humidity.
It's 41%. So it's gone down.
It feels a lot worse. It feels a lot worse. So
it always does.
Eccleston in. Nicely into the pads, just defended onto the leg side for no run.
Yeah, Beth
so
Mooney,
very much, yes, Ben.
I was going to say Mooney certainly looks hot out there. She's got the red face going and certainly feeling the heat.
So
but it's also very surprising. Sorry, Messi.
Well, I was going to say, if Mooney does get a century, she will become the third player to have a century in each form of the game, after Heather Knight and Tammy Beaumont, which all playing in the same match, which is kind of good.
I think that just shows you where the also who plays the most tests to have the opportunity. So Eccleston in again, just into the pads and defended straight back to her for no run. The other thing I've been noticing is, if you're looking at the pitch, is that really not the dark marks of the foot, the run through that we normally get for the spinners to be aiming at. So definitely not the same amount of rough that we'd be expecting.
Where's Mitchell Stark when you need him?
Exactly. So Eccleston in again, misses the bat to the keeper, no run. So yeah, definitely, it's just quite interesting to me that normally we see definite dark marks by this time and absolutely nothing.
Yeah, it does look like a T20 pitch. If you rocked up and said we're playing a T20 game, you probably wouldn't be too unhappy as a batter.
Eccleston in again, very much solid line, just defended straight back to her. But it does look like the girls are really trying to work on the ball, which makes me think that they are trying to get the swing with the fast bowlers. Eccleston in, left side, and paddled around to the boundary for a single. But what's also, I think, important for these girls is that, as I've already said, they don't play Test cricket. So for a lot of their bodies, this is unheard of territory. Day 4 going into tomorrow, you'll have a lot of tired bodies, and it's who doesn't make the mistakes. Eccleston in. Oh, great. Went straight through, attempted sweep, and bowled. She's gotten Johansson out for 14 of 26 balls. England definitely needed a wicket, and that's a great way to... I think that was the end of the over, wasn't it? Yes, it was.
And I think we're due a change, aren't we?
I think we are. A great way for me to end my first slot back is with a wicket.
With a wicket.
Well done. Well done.
There we go. There we go.
I'll see you after tea.
Indeed. See you then.
And a warm welcome back to Dane.
Hello.
It's another wicket for England. An important one. Interesting shot from Jonassen.
Yes, how long has that taken after lunch to happen?
Just on half an hour. So, and they scored 25.
That's okay.
So,
I think it's Australia will take that.
Well, quicker than they were going in the first session, wasn't it? So, but Eccleston, he's been dangerous all the time. Kept out Australia, and eventually Jonason's gone for that sweep and missed it. The new batter is going to be, well, it's Mooney on strike, so we'll wait until the new batter's on strike. Kate Cross is going to come in to bowl. It's around the wicket to Mooney. It's on a length and she's defending on the back foot.
Well, it's either a Class A Alyssa Healy or Class A Ashley Gardner or Class A Annabelle Sutherland. So the choices are excellent for what we will hope will be the beginning of the fireworks of this session. I'd like to see some runs.
Yes, you think they'll go on the attack, Australia? Or at least try and increase the scoring?
Wow.
Put a bit of pressure on?
Well, they've still got so much time and there's no rush, but the lead is not yet 200. You want more than 200 minimum. You want 250 to 300 as acceptable, and anything above that will be Australia in the box seat.
He's crossed.
But that's still
full to Mooney. She's defending on the offside.
That still takes a couple of big innings to get to that kind of lead.
Yeah, 4 down. That sounds like a dangerous score, but we know that there's a Centurion coming in 2 wickets from now. There's still quite a few batters in the shed. His cross is short of a length, and Mooney's played it out pretty well on the offside. The Petit point comes in, keeps it to 1, takes the score on to 179, and we'll get a jingle as soon as I work out who's on strike. It's actually, interestingly enough, at least if the cricket info is correct.
I've got news for you if you know Annabelle Sutherland. I've got good news for you. She's a fixture in the side now, Annabelle.
And it is Sutherland. She's facing cross. And just defending on the front foot for the first ball. There's a slip in and a gully. Keeper's up to the stumps. So a little bit of a promotion for Sutherland.
And a good choice, I think. A good choice. Just a reminder that we're talking about tomato-faced Beth Mooney looking like she's a bit hot and bothered. She'll bat all day. She's so fit.
Yeah, Sutherland's also probably the most technically correct of all of the batters to come. He's cross and it's full and she drives and it's not going to beat mid off. So it's a good pairing maybe with Mooney, who's a bit more aggressive.
But we also know that Healy and Mooney would know each other's game so well. They're very rare circumstances they're in a test match together, but they'd love that.
Yes, it'd be interesting to see how they approach that. It's going to be cross again. She's over the wicket to Sutherland and it's full and just swinging away slightly. Sutherland's on the drive, but it doesn't go past cross. Fields cleanly. That is the end of the over. 4 for 179. Anthony Connor's on socials, but he's having a help.
Just running around doing a million things at once at the moment. Just announcing we're starting session 2's cat name votes. And our first poll number 7, is Cricket Bat Cat against Siamese Taufel against Scratch and Tendulkar. And
oh.
Well, that is a very tough choice. Those last two names are very, very good.
Yeah, I typed in Siamese Taufel and I went, oh, that's a good one. And then I got to Scratch and Tendulkar, and no, I think that's going all the way, that one. But yes, and I think that's about all we've got going on the socials.
I can see Scratching Tendulkar as a cat with just supreme balance and serenity.
Yes, and small as well.
Yeah.
It's Eccleston into Mooney, and it's just short of a length. She turns around the corner. She's going to get one. Takes the score under 4 for 180. A little bit of bounce there from Eccleston. Got up into Mooney as she was on the back foot. Mooney's on to 85. It's been a patient innings, I think, certainly by what we expect from Beth Mooney, but a very good one. Sutherland's now on strike, and this one is full and on the off stump, and she's defending straight back down the pitch. It's got a silly point in and a slip. Eccleston's taken out the short leg though, so slightly less attacking than earlier in the day.
You see any signs of pitch deterioration that is going to make a difference in the fourth innings?
No.
No.
Sutherland's driving this one to cover, and it's misfielded, but it's misfielded in the direction of mid-off, so there's no run. And we're not seeing additional turn, which is what you really expect from pitch deterioration, or anything that goes through the surface that might, have the bit of dust. So far, this pitch is holding up very, very well. And again, no foot marks to speak of at all. Sutherland facing, Eccleston's in around the wicket, and it's full, and she's on the back foot and almost managed to pop that one up, just defending, but safely in the end. Those first round of kitten votes travelling very well. Here's Eccleston, it's full. Sutherland defends, bounces off the silly point, straight back to Eccleston down the pitch. There's a couple of very tight ones going on, so get your votes in.
And how do we do that?
Jump on Twitter, look up White Line Wire at the White Line Wireless Twitter account, and you'll get a whole thread of polls that's pinned at the top. Here's Sutherland sweeping, and sweeping very well. It's going to go out to deep square leg. There's a chase on because there's no fielder out there, and they got just enough on as it was misfielded square leg to slow it to the fence. White gets to it in the end, and there'll be 3 runs for Sutherland. She's off the mark. Takes the score under 4 for 183. White shaking her hand.
We haven't seen much sweeping this morning, have we?
No, and only I think the only one I've seen is Jonathan. She got out, so perhaps wisely. That was the end of the over. Eccleston now 1 for 40 of 20 overs. Australia 4 for 183. Anth, any on the socials?
Yeah, we've got Sophin KL. Rather late to the party. I've just discovered that you are covering the Women's Ashes too. How marvellous. In a positive festival of cricket, I am now listening to you guys while watching Sri Lanka thump Ireland in the World Cup qualifiers.
Oh,
good to
very
have
interesting.
You along, Soph.
Just watching the replay of that, and I actually think they might have carried all the way to Danny White when she was diving to her left, so that was actually a drop chance. Sutherland hit it very well, but another one that England's put down could well be costly. Sutherland's going to be on strike to cross. She's coming over the wicket, and it's full, and she drives and cross misfields with that hand that's already been hit multiple times, but no run.
Beth Mooney was dropped on 55. She's now 85, which is her highest test score.
Yeah, Litchfield dropped earlier. Who else was dropped or missed?
Was Perry missed by the keeper?
Possibly. Maybe I was having dinner at the time. Sutherland's still facing, cross to come in. This one's short of a length. She's on the back foot and defending, straight back down the pitch. No run. Fewer stars from Australia today than the previous innings, but still most of the players have got at least a few runs. Have they looked as comfortable, do you think, though, Danae, in the first innings? I think there's a little bit more about it.
I think it looks like there's going to be something happening every other ball, but I still think they look comfortable.
He's cross into Sutherland. She's clipped that through mid-wicket. It's a very nice shot. Dive from Beaumont, couldn't get there, and it's going to run away all the way for 4. I need to get the soundboard up. Yeah, let's give it a bit of Sesame Street. Lovely shot there for Sutherland. Uppish as well, but just out of the diving. Not sure who that was. It there. I thought it made probably Beaumont again. As you said, Dane, there's something happening every other ball. Possibly holding it up a little bit. Still a bit of movement in the air, which we didn't really see on the first couple of days. The odd ball staying low. It's cross, it's full. Sutherland's driving. It's straight back to mid-off for no run.
It certainly doesn't feel like the same ratio of 4 boundaries scored today, but it probably is. It's an amazing amount of boundaries, but no sixes. Is that right?
No sixes, no. I think England's lines have been a lot better today, particularly in this spell from cross. She's managing to keep it more or less middle and off, whereas the first innings and last night, they were basically every second ball was into the pads. This one's edged by Sutherland and it's through between the keeper and slip. The keeper was up, slip dive to the left but couldn't get there, and that is going to be 4 runs, but a fortunate 4. Sutherland goes on to 11, but lovely delivery by Kate Cross. Just this wobbly seam, just enough edge from Sutherland to get it past the keeper. Fine enough to beat the slip head of the night as she tried to dive across. Searching England. Leads now 201. Australia might actually be encouraged by the amount of things happening in the bowling attack. She's cross again, last ball the over, and she's edging again. Sutherland this time's past the Knight's right hand, and it will also run away to the boundary for 4.
Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
Ross has looked much better today.
Much better. You said there weren't so many boundaries and suddenly they've knocked off 2, but neither of them were very nice looking. Anth, anything?
Yes, poll number 8, we've got Micklant Kootley. That's as good as I'm going to get with that. Hiss Lewis and Cow Corner, your three votes. And we've also got Jane with a Y asking who the hot guy on the main screen is. And given that there's 3 of us here, I think 2 of us should be offended by that. So, not sure who you're referring to, Jane. I think there's 3 hot guys on screen.
Thank you for the compliment anyway, Jane. All of us will take it. Here's Eccleston bowling into Mooney. She's driving but can't get it away, and it's stopped at mid-on. For those wondering who is in the box, I'm Russ Degnan. Next to me is Anthony Condon. Dr. Anthony Condon now.
Yes.
And Dane's on the Zoom call for us.
From sunny Perth.
Sunny Perth, depth of her knowledge. This one's full to Mooney, and she's driving, but not well. Doesn't get past the extra cover fielder.
We've got Ben lurking in the background, of course.
Ben Rennick in the background. Great to see Ben back in the box. It's been a while since White Line Wireless has been in the Box of Dreams. Box of Dreams, of course, proud supporters of the Assurance White Cat Rescue. We're doing lots of kitten stuff today. Eccleston full. Mooney turns it to mid-wicket. No run again. Still an 85.
In fact, I don't think I've been surrounded by so many cat lovers in one space, perhaps ever.
Here's Eccleston. It's all inside edge by Mooney. She bowled.
Oh, it's bowled.
She has tried to play that off the front foot, but it was too short, and she's managed to get it inside edge, played it onto her leg stump. Another wicket to Eccleston, another ball that's played on, and another wicket for England. Australia now 5 for 195.
That's game on now. It's really starting to make things interesting. I think that's 3 wickets in this innings that have gone from players playing on, I believe.
Yep. I'm not surprised. The lengths have been much better. There must be a little movement. I am disappointed.
A lot like the Perry wicket, that one, just sort of trying to cut it, but a bit too close to the body and got bound up in it a little.
She got her feet in a weird spot because she looked like she wanted to play on the front foot, then decided to cut it, and all she ended up doing was getting that bottom edge. End of a very good innings from Mooney though, 85 of 168 balls. Bowled Eccleston. All of the Australians have been bowled so far, which is a fascinating stat. All of them have probably been dropped as well, so
yeah, that's true.
Helps to get that around.
England have looked a lot more
No
more
need for
dangerous.
DRS either.
Yes.
When you get wickets like that, let's find out it's no ball. No, that's a great innings. The game is really open. I think there's a great chance for Australia to reset and aim for another 100. How many overs we got today? 50. Would they be aiming to bat as long as they can, to make as many runs as they can?
Oh, I think that's where the game is now.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in time, if they were to lose the last 5 wickets quickly, England will think that they've got a very gettable chase.
Boxy, yeah.
New batter. We'll play the jingle in a second. Eccleston's getting ready to come in. Nope, they've changed their mind. No, they're facing up. We Gardner. Give the jingle away before it happens. Eccleston's full. It's a full toss, and Gardner can't dispatch it straight to mid on.
Still no Healy.
Ashley Gardner, bowling the balls that she's bowling and batting the way that she does.
No Healy. Bit of an ugly shot from Beth Mooney in the end there. But this one, Gardner's into a pad. She'll take that. She'll get the single as White runs back. Takes the score onto 196. End of Eccleston's over. Australia halfway through. Anthony, anything on the socials?
Yeah, Jane has given us a shot of one of her 3 rescues. Is Maxwell, aka G Maxi, saying hello to the kittens in here at the Box of Dreams. And that's about all that's going on. And I believe an England A versus Australia A women's T20 has just kicked off as well.
There's lots of cricket on at the moment. It looks like the qualifiers are, once again, not the greatest games. Oman's slumped to 6 for 125, chasing Scotland's 320. And Ireland's 9 for 162. After 27 overs, you'd think they're on track for the run rate, but they're miles behind the wickets with only one in hand, chasing 325. So probably does put Ireland out of this World Cup. It'll take Oman, well, actually, Oman, given the same group as Ireland, actually this is good for them. They'll end up going. This is the first ball to Gardner. She's from cross and she's caught at slip. It was full. She tried to dig down on it. Little edge, straight to second, and she's out for 1. Another wicket for England. They're on a roll right now.
Collapse is on.
Collapse is on. That was a beautiful delivery. A little bit of outswing. Gardner didn't use her feet. Bit of a chat between the umpires. They just check whether that carried. I think it was very easily carrying, but we're going to get a few replays. Gardner's standing still.
No ball. I'm just pushing now.
I think if it was a no ball, they'd have said it already. I think this is just whether it carried. It would surprise me greatly if they didn't.
England taking their half chances, bowling well. 200 the lead.
Makes a huge difference if you keep your line and length.
Yeah.
Watching the
and
replay.
The footwork of the Australians just a little patchy, isn't it?
Yeah, she's just caught on the crease there, Garner. She's only facing her second ball, but ends up very low to the ground. I actually might be checking to see whether it was a bump ball because it was so full it hit the bat almost at the same time as it hit the ground. From this vision, it's hard to see it so well. It's 2 feet in front of her and it's clearly come off the edge. Clearly bounced first. Not sure if we need to check the catch as well. That's happening now. And well, let's hit her in the midriff, so that's definitely a catch.
Yep.
Definitely out. Gardner will be on her way. Heather Knight, the catcher. Cross the bowler.
It's interesting, the fielding team just looked completely convinced and unperturbed the whole time, didn't they?
Oh, I don't think there was any doubt, though, given where it pitched. I'm not sure why we needed to have a replay. We just wanted to waste a bit of time, perhaps. Gardner's disappointed.
Oh, far out, yes.
Surely now we'll see Alyssa Healy at the crease. Needs a captain's knock.
Well, only one player over 50 at this stage. In Beth Mooney making 85, Litchfield 46, and the rest are pretty sorry tale.
Yeah, it is Alyssa Healy. Let's take the jingle. Alyssa Healy probably has never batted this low, I would suspect. Should be facing cross. And, oh, she's gone straight past the outside edge. Jones has dropped it. It's managed a bit of a dive from slip to prevent it from hitting the helmet behind her. I'm don't think Healy got an edge on that, but he's going to have a chat with Sutherland anyway. Bit of a word of encouragement. Just don't worry, you're still on a pair. You haven't scored yet.
Oh, what an awful feeling.
Well, I can't see whether that, because the replay from behind doesn't show me anything. Nor does the one from the stumps. But it was a good ball by Cross. Didn't use her feet. This one's, she does get forward better and defends straight back down the pitch. Cross has bowled very, very well since lunch. Most of today. It was an edge. A small edge. Jones was standing up a little bit too high and it's gone beneath her gloves.
So Healy dropped on 0. That could have ramifications.
Yeah.
Game of inches.
It must be the 4th or 5th catch that England's dropped. They're all, most of them are difficult, not all. This one's seaming in from Cross. It's here on the pad. It's half appeal. Nothing doing. Since I've been in the commentary box after lunch, the only one who's looked comfortable at all is Mr. Sutherland. Might need another big score from her.
I'm trying to stay in the moment, like good players do, and not project too far ahead, but if Australia can get another 40, 50 runs, what a juicy last innings it will be.
Wow, definitely. If we see some movement, this one's full by Cross and Healy's driving to covers. Doesn't get it past. Still yet to get off the mark. Yeah, the 250 to 300 chases are always the most interesting. And this pitch is doing just enough now to make us think there's something on. Alyssa Healy's got a pair in her last test as well, so she's technically on an outie. This Cross, and she's edged that one. She's off the mark. She'll be very pleased with that. It's going to run 2 as it ran between gully and the second slip.
Well, no wonder she's batting so low down the order. She knows her own form.
It's probably over 2 years there.
Yeah, and a couple of thousand runs in between in other formats.
It's into the over. Anything on the socials?
Yes, I have put up poll number 9, which we have Diana Edgley against Meoween Ali against all the SL Pernandos. Can you play the drums, Pernando? Another great one there with Meowing Alley, I think.
Meowing Alley, that's a contender for sure.
Yep. And we've got Messi Jez just tweeting in photos of his fish pie round 2, still delicious, with the ingredients there for those who requested them. I don't know, Messi looks very English.
Here's Eccleston's full and Sutherland's defending now to point. There's no run. Messi says fish. Duh. I feel like you should tell us the type of fish, Messi.
Yeah.
It does make a difference. There's a bit of absence of alcohol in that too, I think. Makes a big difference to a fish pie. He's Sutherland driving very uppishly past the short cover. It bounces a few times out to mid-off. Eccleston's got the arms in the air.
Are you telling us you put alcohol in your fish pie?
Yeah, it does. It's fantastic. I can't remember which alcohol it is. I think cognac.
Scotch.
Oh, Scotch would do it too, yeah. Something like a hard...
That was a joke.
Like a hard whiskey. Whiskey, actually. Whiskey stew is beautiful. Here's Sutherland. She's caught its spare leg on the pool. Just a soft top edge. So straight to wide. Eccleston's got another wicket. Australia's slumped to 7 for 198. Sutherland out for 15. And the collapse is definitely on now. We're into the so-called tail of Australia. We've still got our opener from the T20s and Alana King and Kim Garth. But still, England absolutely right on top. I'm not sure what the score since lunch is, but I think they must have lost 4 wickets now. 4 for 20 odd? No, surely it's not that. 4 for 45 since lunch. Sutherland, the century scorer in the first innings, out for 15. Bit of a soft dismissal in that it was possibly there to pull, but she's not got it at all. It was just the top edge. And we are actually due a drinks break, so I'm going to play the drinks jingle and then I've got to work out who is actually on. Ben Rennick is going to come back on. So we'll just work out where that one is.
Well, what a start after lunch by England. 4 wickets. The collapse is on. It's underway. It's happening. And can Australia eke out enough runs now for these last 3 wickets to get more of a score on the board than they have now? Unbelievable stuff here at Trent Bridge.
I think it's been pressure that's been building the entire day, though. It's England they've never really let the Australians get away.
No, the Australians have never got away, and they've actually, it says 7 for 198, but they were none for 99, so they've lost 7 for 99, and that's 7 top order wickets. That is quite something, and it's really brought all results back on the table here. That's for sure.
I think we should take the credit, Ben. We started the ended the last session with us taking the first of the wickets.
We did start
so maybe we were the good omen.
Yeah, we were wanting something to happen to push the score along, or some wickets, and we did think wickets would just spice up the test match. I didn't think there'd be 4 in this session, Shelley, but it's certainly been exciting.
We were calling for entertainment, Ben, and we sure have got it.
We've had drop catches too. Healy dropped on naught. She could have had 4 ducks in a row. I must say, I'm not sure why Jones is persisting to keep up to the stumps. That's 2 catches she's let go now. I'm not sure if they think they're going for a stumping or they're worried about the batters batting out of the crease, but it could have been even worse for Australia if that Healy nick had have been taken as well.
And just looking at the scorecard, it's just, I think the drop catches just shows you that the mode of dismissal today is just had to be bold. I think the team had no other choice at one point.
Yeah, and that last wicket, Sutherland, I'm not sure what happened there. Maybe it just held up on the pitch. It was really a an awkward-looking shot. It was almost like she was through it before, and then just held back a bit and cut the top edge, and it popped up and out of nowhere, 7 for 198.
Like she decelerated.
Yeah, or she thought better of it and tried to pull out, and now there's wickets coming in all sorts of ways. There's catches at slip, there's catches at square leg, and we're about to get underway, and it's Alana King who will be facing Eccleston, and she's defending on the front foot forcefully down the mid-on, and there's no run, but there's fielders around the bat now. A silly point, a short leg and a slip. So Eccleston gets through her overs quickly, and she's in again, left arm around the wicket, and King's defending again, and there's no run.
It's definitely nice to see the change of attitude between the sessions, so very nice to see the attack, just to get some entertainment, very much so.
And Eccleston's darting that one in, and King's defending again onto the offside, and there's no run, so certainly they can all keep batting for a couple more wickets, but that lead, now that is the end of the over. So, of course, the drinks break was taken mid-over, 198 for 7, Healy on 2, and King yet to score.
What do we think would be a good lead to have for the Australians at this point, before the 4th innings?
I was thinking 300, but I mean, having seen England bowl like this, and maybe there is just a little bit more in the pitch if you bowl well, and I think any lead's a good lead. If they can get to 250, I think the Australians would have to fancy themselves, or at least see themselves as a good chance to take the wickets, but I don't think 208 is enough.
It does become interesting about the psychology of reaching certain totals. Like with the men's game last week, if the lead wasn't 281 but it was 300, would that have made a difference?
As Cross
Yeah,
is
I would
in,
agree with that.
starting a new over, and that ball's just pushed behind point, and Healy will get a couple.
I think if you're getting to 250, I think it would be quite challenging for the English, particularly 4th innings, doing something. The English are clearly seeing it now for their bowlers that it's going to do something, so it'd be very interesting if they'd be able to get to 250.
Yeah, I'm not sure if anyone out there's got the stats on biggest chasers in the women's test game. It would be good to hear that, as Healy slashing outside the off stump but can't beat point. And there's no run.
I don't think it would be too many stats, Ben, so I think it would be quite far between. So yeah, as long as, I think the biggest thing is time more than anything else. Let's try and bat out for time and find out how long the Australians think they would need to bowl out the English.
Well, there's 7 down now. Healy's suddenly sort of pushed herself down the order. Might have been thinking, oh, maybe I'll come in later and have a swing at a few. Now she's suddenly got to dig in and not throw it away. As she's wrapped on the pad, and there's a huge appeal. They all go up. The umpire says no. Will they review? I suspect that was maybe just sliding down the leg side. It was a good shout. If they've got reviews left, and I think they have gone upstairs, so why not when you've got the Australian captain with the big appeal? But yeah, we'll love to see a replay on this. It's always tough to overturn an LBW decision, because often they're just clipping the stumps, but decision has been reviewed.
Yeah, for me that looked like it was going down leg, but if it's just clipping, they'll keep the review, so they probably think that's a worthwhile gamble just to have a look.
It was tailing down leg. It looked like it sort of straightened a little bit when it pitched, but no, it does look like it's going well down leg side. There was no bat.
Yeah, it's down the leg side, don't it?
Definitely hit the pad. It's probably hit her on half of leg stump and going down, so I think we'll get a pretty quick decision here. Yes, impact in line, wickets missing, and review lost.
I've had a look on the internet, so I'm going to caveat this by saying, according to Wikipedia, highest successful 4th innings is 198 for 3, Australia versus England at the Bankstown Oval in 2011.
Yeah, as we're saying, small sample size, but 198 for 3. Yeah. So, you know, if they were chasing 300, then they could have got there. But when the score's around 200, 250, it only takes one player to get in and play a good innings, and you're almost home as Healy's smashing that next ball through the covers on the back foot, and that's gone all the way for 4. That's her first boundary, 204 for 7. The lead now 214. That really was short ball. Looked almost like a bit of a tired delivery, and Healy just helped herself through the covers.
Yeah, I think the dominance in terms of mindset, she's clearly trying to show the English and put that psychological factor, as Alan was saying earlier, into the minds of the English.
Well, the crowd really cheering Cross along, and that's dug in short, and Healy's played a good pull shot in the end. She's done well to keep that down, because that was a surprise. Well-directed short ball right at the head. And Healy was equal to it and pulls it out to the sweeper at mid-wicket, and they go through for a single. It is the end of... Well, maybe there's one delivery to come, 205 for 7. One to come in the over.
I was also just seeing now the reviews. So England had 3 reviews before they took the last decision to review. So clearly they just thought, we don't mind trying one.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of that, but I think it was never going to be overturned in that delivery. Maybe they just wanted a bit of a breather. The players would be getting
Mindless
tired.
optimism is always a good trait.
Or just a break.
Crosses in again. That's another one pushed down leg side, and King will get some runs here. They're potentially leg buys, actually down to fine leg, but they'll go through for a single. In either case, it's 206 for 7. And that is the end of the crossover. Yes, that was leg buys. King still on 0, Healy on 9.
Let's get you through some tweets. Messi Jez has just written Trevelli or Trevelli. I think is that the fish that he's using there, Jez, in that part?
Trevelli.
He then goes on. There you go. Wicket to Idle Summers. Sutherland is the only one who would look comfortable. He then goes on to say that England's 244 for 9 in the Jordan Test in Sydney last year is the highest ever 4th innings total. Highest successful run chase is 198 for 3.
Yeah, so the lead now 216. We're getting towards that 244, and it's Eccleston continuing. That one keeps low, and King keeps that out. But as a spinner herself, King, she might not be too disappointed with seeing that. That really did keep low, and King did well to get some bat on it. It was fielded off her own bowling. No run. She's in again, and tosses that one up, and King's whipped that through mid-wicket. She's going to get runs here, and it's going to go all the way to the boundary. Yes, it will just go into the rope. It really was tossed up on the pads, and King flicked it through the vacant mid-wicket region. 210 for 7, the lead 220.
Australia definitely looking like they're pushing on now. Definitely since Healy and King are at the wicket. Definitely pushing a lot more positive.
Well, the chat might be, let's get some runs before we get out. Having seen everyone else go out, maybe a bit more in the pitch, you could block away, and the better plan might be to swing and get another 50, as King just defends that one on the offside. Eccleston, of course, 5 wickets in the first innings, 3 in this. Can she get 10 for the match? We've already had a double century. We could be in for a 10-wicket haul, as she's in again. Another one on the pads, and King's pushing to mid-wicket. There's no run.
Maybe even to bring in an extra fielder. Nice bat pad. Be a bit attacking, potentially. 2 of them on that side.
Yeah, there's certainly cause for that. There are a lot popping up here, there and everywhere, so that one's a straighter delivery, and King's defending it like a top 6 batter there.
There's a balance to be struck, isn't there, between being aggressive, but obviously not, time is still something that's on both teams' side here, that England don't have to force the issue too much.
And King defends that last ball back down the pitch, and there's no run. That's the end of the over. 210 for 7.
Let's have a look. So, it seems like another. Dr. Ant Condon, I wonder where he is. There have been 9 fourth innings run chases over 200, but only one of them has ended with a result. New Zealand's 214 in 1969, leaving them 37 runs short of England. But I think it all plays into small sample size data.
Yeah. But they are hard to get in the fourth innings, and England now sort of got that tricky situation. Do they leave a few fielders out to save runs, or do they keep trying to get the wickets? Because as this lead keeps ticking up, and Cross is in again, and Healy's defending. Jones still up to the stumps. I'm still not so sure about this. There's been a lot of edges. They wouldn't want to put any more down, England.
Yeah, the only thing to that is how far back would you stand, because some of them have actually dropped short if you to go conventionally back. So, yeah,
that is a
I
good
think
point. It's a tough job on a slow pitch where the ball's dying. It's always hard for the keeper. So we can't be too critical, as that's a good length ball outside the off stump, and Healy's defending busily. She's always busy at the crease, always looking for a run. I think she'll just be happy she's didn't get 4 ducks in a row.
I was actually seeing now that it was one of the first time ever that the first 5 dismisses of an innings were all bowled.
Yeah.
So that, yes, breaking records.
Crosses in again, and Healy's flicking that one down to fine leg, and they'll go through for a single. 211 for 7. She moves to 10. Yeah, a lot of played on too. They were sort of clean bowled, and Litchfield's one came off the pad, and Perry sort of got that ball that bounced a bit there. A couple of wild swings as well. Or not wild, but Johannesson swinging across the line and got clean bowled. So it'll be King to face up to Cross, and that one's beating the outside edge, and that one is well taken by Jones behind the stumps. King sort of nowhere with her footwork there. Played down the wrong line and was lucky not to get a tickle on that one.
Yeah, I'm just looking, have they taken out the second slip? Because they put one in for the last wicket, which I thought was a great move.
I think there might still be 2 in. No, just the one. Cross is in again. That one keeps a bit low, and King gets the bat onto it. I thought there was almost going to be another LBW shout. It does look like there are wickets just around the corner. They're bowling that probing line, and yes, as we've been talking about, Alan, you mentioned they've been a lot better today, England. They've been right on their line and length, and there hasn't been too many easy runs.
It's such a fine balance to strike.
Cross bowls another probing delivery, and King's defending, and Cross fields off her own bowling. Another tight over, just the 1 run off it. 211 for 7. It does look like it's getting a bit darker at Trent Bridge. I'm not sure if we can get an updated weather forecast or radar, but the clouds are coming.
Are we expecting some evening thunder? Lightning, or are we just doing clouds?
There were thunderstorms predicted, or chance of rain from 2 o'clock. So
I'm on the other side of the country from where they are, and we've had thunder and lightning here. So
yeah, well, we're just looking at a forecast now that seems to think that maybe that chance is very slim now. So we might get lucky, but you do never know in England.
We don't have climate, we only have weather.
Yeah, it's definitely hotter than normal, particularly since last year when we had the 40 degrees. That was unheard of. So at least we're not there yet.
Eccleston's starting another over, and Healy's just defending that first one into the covers. No run.
Quite frankly, ridiculous as well.
And she's in again, tossing another one up, and that's taken the outside edge straight into the ground though, but fielded by a diving Heather Knight to her right at first slip. Certainly something happening every ball with Eccleston at the crease. She's tossing that one up, and I think that was the arm ball. Just took the inside edge of Healy's bat and popped back down the pitch. No run.
I do like the thought process behind the variations. There does seem to be a bit bigger, wider plan.
And that one's really tossed up, and Healy's got it on the full. She's almost missed out there. She's whipped it to mid-wicket and can only get a single as there was a bit of a misfield, but Eccleston there over pitching, and I think because of those variations, Healy very watchful, didn't quite get to the pitch of it. So Eccleston's charging in again, giving King no time, and King's defending down the pitch. They're getting through these overs. She's into her 24th, 3 for 46, under 2 and over. Sophie Eccleston, what a job she's done for her team. And she's coming in again to complete the over, and King's defending again. It's the end of another over, 212 for 7.
No one's losing 40% here, are they? Are they, Shelley?
No, I'm just thinking now that the speed that she's bowling, I don't think King or Healy has time to process what she's doing. It's just defend or hit.
Nor the commentators either. It's a hard job when someone's getting through the overs that quickly.
Yeah, so I think that's also putting something to the batswoman to think about.
Yeah, they were looking busy a few overs ago, but certainly seems like it's all been defence. But I think that's been a lot to do with England's bowling, and it looks like we are seeing a bowling change now. It might be Siva Brunt back into the attack, which I think is a good move. None for 16 from her 5 overs, but I did like the variation she brings to it, and with these bit happening in the pitch and the Australians thinking about runs declarations, I think that's a good move by the captain to bring her back on.
Also, definitely a much darker compared to before the break. Maybe that's also he's thinking about losing time this evening.
As we say that, I think the sun's just about to come for her. I can see some shadows. We'll stop trying to predict the weather, but all we know is there's definitely no rain, and we'll get through. I think hopefully we'll get through the rest of the day's play, and who knows, we'll know a lot more about this game by stumps tonight. It is moving along at a rapid pace as Siva Brunt's bowling a bit of a loosener first up, and Healy has latched onto that. It was short and outside of the off stump, and she punches it through the covers. 4 runs. That really was a loosener, and it was put away. 216 for 7. They can't afford to concede any runs here, England. Every run valuable for Australia. That's one of my favourite jingles, that one, the 4 runs. Siva Brunt's in again, that's a better delivery. Healy sort of clipping away off the back foot, but can't beat mid-on.
Yeah, I definitely see them pushing on. Definite improvement in the tempo and the rate of scoring. So I just think they've got a total in mind.
That's a fuller delivery, hit uppishly to that shortish mid-wicket on the bounce. Didn't quite carry, but there's a little bit of excitement there. There's a slight misfield, and they've gone through for a single. 217 for 7. Yeah, this partnership just could get into that annoying late innings runs territory for England. They wouldn't want this to creep up too much more without getting the next wicket.
And I think Sunderland showed in the last innings that the tail definitely has batting ability.
As that one's played back down the pitch by King, and there's no run. A dive from the bowler, but there was no chance of a score there anyway. Yes, perhaps not a bad move in hindsight. Healy down the order. She can bat with the tail, use her experience. Calm head out there in this situation as King's defending onto the onside, whereas perhaps if it was Sutherland, a lot of pressure setting up the total for the young player.
They're so multi-dimensional. It's kind of everything you would want in how you set a team out when you're picking it.
Yeah, everyone can bat everywhere. They can bowl everywhere. Multiple keepers too. Silverbrunt's in again, and that one's cutting off the pitch and going into King, who just gets a little inside edge. That really surprised her. It was a bit of an off cutter, but there was no run. That's the end of the over. 217 for 7.
We have a weather report from our man in the weather cave, Messages. There are a few rain-bearing clouds travelling just to the west of Trent Bridge, but nothing too threatening yet. Temperature 29.9, humidity 43%. I think that all fits under the general category of muggy, I think.
Rain-bearing clouds, I like that. I've never heard that one.
Sounds like the name of a folk band, doesn't it? Rain-bearing clouds.
Rain-bearing clouds.
Yeah.
If anyone's listening out there thinking about starting a band,
there you go.
There you go.
The difficult second album.
Yes, the rain has come. Is the second album.
Yeah, there you go.
All weather-themed songs. There's an
I think
idea.
it's with all these artists that they either have numbers or they have some connotation to their albums lately.
It's going to be Eccleston to continue. Healy on strike. The lead is 227. Plenty of overs left in the game, and that one struck Healy on the pad, but it's clearly going down leg side. There's a huge appeal. Surely you wouldn't burn another review on that. But they're going to have a chat. No.
They've got 2 left.
Knight thinks better of it. That's very, very good captaincy. The bowler was trying to talk her into it. It was clearly hitting probably outside leg stump when it hit her.
Yeah, I think it was go for it.
How many voices do you need to hear before you make a decision? Yeah.
Healy does open her stumps up too.
I think Eccleston was thinking about her 5 wickets. She wants that 5 wickets. Get 10 in a test.
Healy defends the next one. She does take guard sort of on more of a leg stump line and exposes middle and off. So you could, when it hits the pad and you can see middle and off stump as a bowler, you're probably not going to get the wicket, as that one's outside off stump, short and wide, and hit through point for 4. Healy didn't miss out there. She picked that up early, rocked onto the back foot. There's a huge gap at point as they've got fielders around the bat, and that one raced away, and she's now starting to get the scoreboard ticking over. She's moved to 20. That's 221 for 7, 231 the lead. There's another one there's tossed up, and Healy meets it at Yorker length and squirts it down to mid-off, and there's no run.
What do we think about having more than one test for the ladies in the future? What do you both think? I think this one-off test for myself is great, but I would love it to be more permanent for a lot of series, but also just more than one.
And that one's...
I'd love a 3-test series.
We'll get back to that, as that's an arm ball there from Eccleston that's caught the front pad again. She's trying to convince Heather Knight to go upstairs, but that was also going down leg side, putting a lot of pressure on the captain here. And she's reviewed with 2 seconds left. Oh no. Another review gone. Let's hope this won't be costly. I think Eccleston's getting far too excited with these appeals, but stranger things have happened. Let's have a look. But I don't think anyone out there is too concerned that there's going to be anything overturned. Perhaps just tactically trying to get in the heads of the Australians here by reviewing it as we watch the replay. It's pitched on about off stump and turned sharply down the leg side, probably hitting the front pad on leg stump at best, and that'll be sliding down the leg side. If there's one thing the replay shows, it's Healy was about almost a foot away from the ball with her bat. She didn't pick that one.
See, the thing is the idea, it's all well and good turning around and going, we've got two, let's use one.
Now
the moment you get to having one, then you won't review it when maybe you should.
Yeah.
And we've seen that before in close games. We saw that at Headingley in 2019 with the Australians in the Ben Stokes game.
Shelley, to go back to what you were asking, 3 tests minimum. Don't get me wrong, I'd love to see the way that the sort of the Ashes is this combination of all these various formats, but these ladies deserve 3 tests.
As that last ball's hit out to deep cover and they've gone through for a single. That's the end of the over. Yeah, if it's 3 tests though, could you just have, would that just be a test series and you have a trophy for the test series, or would you still have the multi-format with 3-step? Yeah, I'd love to see that too. There's no reason they need to rush through with 1 test and then you kind of play all the one-days and T20s within 2 weeks. There's no reason why they couldn't play 3 tests and then play 3 one-days in a week and 3 T20s in a week, and you got the same length as a 5-test series.
What is in charge of the ECB right now?
It obviously generally all comes down to money, and obviously a test match is more expensive to put on. You got to think about all that. But I think the more they play, the more the crowds will come, and the better
they'll get at it.
And the better
because they only play it every now and again.
As Sivabrant's in again, and Healy's just defending that one to Gully. Yeah, it'd be a shame if. Well, it'd be fantastic if this is a great close finish, but then a shame that you got to wait another 2 years or whatever for the next Ashes test, or you got to wait another 12 months for the next time these 2 teams play any test match against another team. I think it's looking like this game will go down to the wire, and then that's all we get. So yeah, I'm definitely on board with 3. Sivabrant's in, and that's outside the off stump, and Healy's pushing that one out to the deep point, and they'll run through for a single. 223 for 7. Healy 22, King 4.
I'd even be happy with a compromise. Start off with 1 test at the beginning and at the end, and then work our way towards a full series. I just think 1 is not enough. I think there's opportunities there.
Yeah, and not fair on the players too. If we can get to playing 4 or 5 tests a year, they'll get a lot better at it. They'll get a lot fitter. The quality will get better as Brunt's bowling another dot ball that's defended. No run by King.
And we could even go as far as to say as they bring in some of the smaller nations into Test cricket. If you're playing the one-days and the T20s, you throw in a test. I think that's also helping the smaller nations build their abilities as well. So yeah, I think it would be all round good for the ladies' game.
And a worthwhile education for the public as well.
And King's getting a run here. She's hit that one on the half volley just past cover, and they'll scamper through for a single. She moves to 5. It's 224 for 7, and this partnership is now worth 26 after we saw the loss of 4 for 20 in a little session there after lunch, and these 2 have done well to put these on, because if they had lost another 3 for not many, England would have been well on top. But the captain, the old cliche, the captain's knock, but it's certainly what Healy's playing now. She's 22 from 28 deliveries, and she's playing a nice looking shot, but she can't beat short cover there, and there's no run.
So I think we just all believe that there's space for the test game, and I think the ladies' game actually allows for a bit of the calendar to be moved around a bit compared to the men's. So I think it's definitely something that could be worked out for many of the women playing nations.
And that one's left alone by Healy outside the off stump. That finishes another over from Siva Brunt. It's 2:24 for 7. There will be another change in the commentary box.
And you are listening to White Line Wireless. We're back in the box of dreams. Brought to you by Sugar and Spice Cat Rescue. Keep looking for those kitten poles. Hi, Danae. We're back to get England more wickets too.
No, we're here to settle into a very good partnership between King and Healy. King's batting well.
Well, she's got that one away. It's down towards fine leg. It's actually going to go all the way to the boundary for 4. No, yes, there was a big dive on the boundary rope from cross. She almost, but not quite, managed to pull it in. But she does not do so, and the score goes on to 228. King goes to 9. Nice little, well, I was going to say nice, not really that nice. It was a big heaving drive that came straight off the outside edge, but there was no fielder there. Here's Eccleston again. She's round the wicket to King. She's got 2 close in fielders at a silly point and short leg, and this one's just driven to mid-off, no run. Eccleston 3 for 55 off 25 overs. Still well short of the, well, we said 80 overs, wasn't it? It was 80 overs, 50 overs for an Eccleston. It's well over that. It's 46 in the first innings. She's to King again. It's into the pads. King just pads it away. It's going to run down to fine leg, but there's no run because she didn't play a shot. Nervous times, dunno. How much is enough? How much is
It's
enough?
actually very exciting because how many overs have we got left today?
We have 40 overs remaining today.
It's a full T20 game.
It is. Eccleston's full to King. She's pushing past the silly point to the cover.
And I'm not suggesting that Healy's going to play like it's a T20, but what an incredible player to have come in and survive a bit of a rough patch and then just carry on. She's got all the experience and all the skill.
Eccleston, this ball's wide this time, so it does not bounce at all. King's got a big swipe for cut, and he's just gone straight over the top of it. Jones did well to stop it because it actually was right down at her ankle. King reaching for the ball as wide. Faces up again to Eccleston. This one's into a pad. She's driving, but straight to mid-wicket. End of the over. Australia 7 for 228.
So over on the socials, we've got Muttley von Erich talking about the rain-bearing clouds. When they ran out of original material, their greatest hits album would be called Drought. Josie Oki, Woi Woi Pom. Didn't recognise you by the Josie Oki handle there. Eccleston showing that she's about as good at appealing as Stuart Broad. And Messi Jez letting us know the Super 6 for the World Cup qualifying is decided. Sri Lanka, Zimbabwe, Scotland, Oman, Netherlands, West Indies.
There was a fantastic article today. I can't remember what the outlet, I think it might have been Crick Info, that said that Stuart Broad is actually subconsciously a very, very good understander of how good, whether or not it was out, because he stops, you can actually judge his DRS calls by how far down the pitch he goes before he turns around to check whether the umpire gave it out. He has a 100% rate when he gets all the way to the other end of the pitch, but he's never been given out when he got only halfway. It's a great... Siva Brunt's in short of a length and Healy plays it straight back to the pitch.
Well, hopefully some of the other players in the team will work that one out and they can maybe keep an eye on him.
Just putting in my kitten votes. Had to think about it a lot between Scratch and Tendulkar. This one's short, and Healy's cutting. It's going to get covered off at deep point, but it was a very nice shot, well timed. Gets back for 2. Siamese Torfel's a good one as well.
Well, just on that, pole number 10 is up, and that's between Midge Hiss-Cowdrey and Rick Rubin. I can't roll my R's. Midge always makes me think of when Mo's talking to Marge Simpson.
Healy facing, she's on 24 to Sivabrunt. Just dabbing that between the wide slip and the keeper. It's going to run almost to the fence. There's another long chase, a big dive. And did they manage to keep it in? I think they did, yes. Healy takes 3, but a very good chase there by, I think, Head of the Night.
This is starting to be a useful partnership, isn't it?
Yes. If Australia had been rolled for 240, it would, England would be relatively confident, but still got 3 wickets to get, and that based on the first innings. I think, not sure what they got in the first innings for their last 3, but it was substantial. 160 almost. Is Sivabrunt, it's full to Kings. She's trying to drive, but doesn't get it past mid-off.
Yes, even 22 from Kim Garth in the first innings.
Handy number 10, Kim Garth. Multi-time winner of Associate Women's Player of the Year, I think. Well, at least certainly on my podcast. Here is Sivabrunt, short of a length. Kings defending. It didn't get up very high, but safe. Looks like there's a bit of cloud over the ground now. Kim was looking up a second ago, although I say that possibly the sun just came back out. So one of those days.
And where are we placed now? We're close to 6-7 sessions to go. Still so much cricket to play.
Yeah, this ball race runs full, and the Kings driving to cover, no run, end of the over. I think you overjudged the number of sessions though, Dano. I think there's 4 and a tiny bit.
I've lost a day.
Yeah.
Still a lot of cricket though, isn't it?
It's a fair bit of cricket. More than a whole one-dayer. And we've only really got just over an innings to play. It would, I think, look, England could bat out the last day for a draw, but most likely at this stage they're going to be in and batting on the, with about somewhere between an hour and 30 minutes to go, and they'll have to chase something in it around the 300 mark.
Well, I did see an interesting stat float past before. I don't have it exactly on me, but the fact that there hasn't been a successful run chase over 200 pretty much is because there's never been a game go long enough.
Enough time, yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Eccleston full and defended by Healy. Straight to the 6 points. The 5th day, I mean, that's such a great innovation, I think. There was every time...
Radical after a couple of 100 years of Test cricket being 5 days long. But it's an innovation.
The women used to play 5 days decades ago, but...
Certainly in recent times, this one's full by Eccleston. Healy defended out to cover. Recent times, it's always felt a bit rushed, and they have to contrive a result. So, you know, hasn't been a problem in this match, even with the big first innings totals.
The Test match being at the beginning of the Ashes and being 5 days long, both really good decisions.
Healy defends this to silly point. He tries to... I thought she was trying to throw it at the stumps, but it somehow ended up at slip. And I did well to stop it from going away for some very bizarre overthrows. Healy faces up again to Eccleston, getting through the overs. This one's full. He's past the bat. Healy just was neither full nor back to that one, and it turned away from the bat. Jones did well to take it. No edge. Lovely flight to delivery. Healy just dabbing at it. It's on 27. Silly point the slip short cover. Eccleston's going to come in again, still going round the wicket to the right-hander. This one's into the pads, and Healy's turned around the corner. She looks for a run, changes her mind, goes back. There's a throw. There wasn't a throw. Jones went round, picked it up. King had gone down the pitch, turned around, said no. Healy had to scramble to get back to the crease. Last thing Australia needs now is a run out. Just searching around for the cliche jar behind me, but I couldn't find it. Alas.
I thought you were looking for a kitten.
No, they're safely in the box. They're almost at the age now where they'll be able to get out of the box, though. So I'm going to wake up one morning and they're going to be all just rambling around. Eccleston's fooled Healy. She defends out to cover.
With the best names ever.
That is true. That's the end of the over. Australia's 7 for 233. Anth?
Yes, poll number 11, the penultimate poll of this session. We have Dwayne Leverock against Jahanara Alam and Patham Hasanka. So you can get on to the Tweety box and vote for one of those.
New over, and it's... sorry, my mistake, that was a replay. I should be paying more attention because it was Eccleston bowling. She just bowled the last over.
Is it time for Filer?
Yeah, or Bell. Siva Brunt's on though. It's King's playing on the back foot and defending.
Has Bell bowled today?
Not to my knowledge, no. I don't think so. She was all over the place yesterday.
All of them are improved.
Well, that's right. And, you know, Filer was substantially better. Cross was substantially better. Not sure Eccleston's that much better, but she's never that bad. So Brunt on the King on the back foot defending.
Do you think nerves might have had anything to do with performance?
I think trying too hard, possibly. If that's a sign of nerves.
Yeah,
she definitely looks like she was trying to push, and you know, young players maybe they don't realise that the benefits of just keeping the pressure on. Siva Brunt to King, she's driving, goes past Siva Brunt, is fielded by the cover as ran around. Still on 9, King off 32 balls. Here's Siva Brunt again to King, and she's defending on the back foot. Goes to mid-wicket, throws in. It's a bit wayward, but that's alright. Jones had it covered. 2 balls left in the over. Steadies at the top of a mark and runs in. Compact run, it's down the leg side. Jones did very well to stop that because it would have gone for byes otherwise. King just left it alone. I think you're definitely right, Dana. It's time for Siva Brunt to come off and in favour of someone. Possibly Kate Cross though, if she's she definitely bowled well earlier. Maybe the swing of the ball is starting to disappear. Siva Brunt, last ball of the over, around the wicket, over the wicket to King. She's ends up prone on the ground, Siva Brunt. Tripped over her own feet, I think. King's driven it straight back into her legs just to add insult to injury.
I think she might actually be proper hurt here.
Yes.
Yeah, we've broken away to ad break, so we can't see, but I couldn't work out whether she was just like, oh, or whether that was like a ow. But yeah, the way she rolled over, I think there might be a little bit of an injury there. Might just catch up on the YouTube while we've got a break here. Stephen Kalk wants some royalties for their band that's already called Rain Bearing Clouds. And then Diana Patterson is mentioning there's smaller venues such as Chelmsford who would love to have a women's test. It's like North Sydney here. I think the women's cricket at North Sydney looks really good. These smaller boutique grounds that can get the crowd in nice and close and make a nice atmosphere out of it, although there is something to be said as well for them to be playing at the traditional test venues. And in England you don't really have the problem of an 80,000 seat stadium trying to fill. And also Stephen saying, I agree that one test at the beginning and one bookending the wider series would also be a nice evolution from the current model. I liked that idea. You have, if we can't go to 3 tests straight away, we go to 2, and you play them first and last, and so that means you've got the opportunity to get a big lead, but then the opportunity at the end to catch up.
Yeah, definitely. And look, 3 tests are probably best to be either side of the shorter forms. Eccleston's back in full to Healy, she's driving. What you don't want is 3 tests to the front where it is impossible.
Yeah.
That one day has become pointless, but six points for the test, 6 for the one day.